Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen
Good morning to you and welcome to the Front Burners right here on Souq News Television. I am Oyim Priye Krumale. Today is the 27th day of the month of January 2025. Wonder how time flies. We're almost at the end of the month. February is staring us in the face. As usual, I'm not by myself in the studio. Good morning to you, Doc.
Oyim Priye, good morning.
Yes.
The month is fast running,
yes,
and I do hope that by this time next week, we will be in a new month.
Yes, the month of love.
February. So, love on the air.
Yes, love on the air.
And I think Evelyn is there.
Yes, Evelyn is standing by.
Us
Well, just as Doc has rightly said, we'll move on to other parts of the program this morning, and we are going to be joining Evelyn, who will be taking us this morning on what's on the front burners of the newspapers. I beg your pardon, what's the front burners of the news, so we can, have a conversation about it. Good morning to you, Evelyn.
Good morning to you, Oyim Priye, and talking about, the month going to an end gradually. Good news for workers, but the employers I really I don't know what's going on in their mind. This is the time of the month where they are all edgy and all of that. But welcome to Monday Morning. I said Monday Money, not Monday Morning. Trust you are excited to make some cool money. But you know, money will not come if you do not have clear goals and targets for the week. Not forgetting strategies to achieving your big bag. So let's get right to work. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, and I bring to you something you do not want to miss. Let's dig it in. Let's begin with a warning to all savvy investors, friends and family of investors. Sabinos, how are you doing this morning? Now, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has issued a warning to the public advising against any investment-related dealings with Rise Vest Victoria Island Cooperative Multipurpose Society Limited and STEX, Alausa Multipurpose Cooperative Society, popularly known as STEX. In a statement released on Sunday in Abuja, the Commission clarified that neither entity is registered or authorized to operate within the Nigerian capital market. The SEC raised concerns about their unauthorized activities, which involve inviting members of the public to invest in various investment schemes. SEC noted that neither of the entities nor the investment schemes has been authorized by the regulatory body, warning the public to stay clear of any business dealings with them. It's further cautioned that engaging with unregistered and unregulated entities in the capital market exposes investors to significant risks, including fraud and potential loss of investments. The Commission also urged the public to verify the registration status of any entity offering investment opportunities. For such inquiries, individuals can contact the SEC via email at registration@sec.gov.ng or visit their website at sec.gov.ng/CMOS/. Now let's talk about something that affects us all, cooking gas prices. According to the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, NBS, the price of cooking gas skyrocketed by 44.62% from December 2023 to December 2024. Here are the details. The average price of refilling a 5 kg cylinder went from 4,962 naira 87 kobo in December 2023 to 7,177 naira 27 kobo in December 2024. That is a significant jump. And on a month-on-month basis, the price increased by 1.26% from November 2024. However, prices vary across states. Taraba had the highest price at 8,074 naira 41 kobo, while Lagos and Benue followed closely. On the other hand, Delta had the lowest price at 6,455 naira, with Ondo and Zamfara not far behind. Interestingly, last year saw a significant shift from the use of cooking gas to charcoal, a trend that's definitely worth noting. The International Day of Clean Energy, yes, January 26th is celebrated globally as the International Day of Clean Energy. This day highlights the power of affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy to transform lives. As part of its commitment to Sustainable Development Goal SDG 7, the United Nations aims to ensure universal access to clean energy by 2030, a crucial step in eradicating poverty, fostering equity, and mitigating climate change. In his message for the International Day of Clean Energy, which was celebrated yesterday, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres noted a significant milestone for 2025. Renewables are projected to become the world's largest source of electricity generation for the first time. However, he emphasized the urgent need for governments to ensure a swift and just transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy to combat the worst impacts of climate change. The global energy landscape is indeed a turning point, with fossil fuel consumption accounting for over 75% of greenhouse gas emissions. The shift to renewable energy is not only crucial for climate protection, but also has far-reaching benefits across sectors, including economic growth, health improvement, and gender equality. The International Day of Clean Energy on January 26 was declared by the General Assembly as a call to raise awareness and mobilize action for a just and inclusive transition to clean energy for the benefit of people and planet. Very quick facts you should know. Did you know that over 75% of global greenhouse gas emissions come from burning fossil fuels for energy? Polluting fuels for cooking gas, 3.2 million premature deaths annually. Clean cooking can prevent many of these. And also, did you know that every $1 invested in renewables creates 3 times more jobs than in fossil fuel industry? That's all on the International Day of Clean Energy. Let's move over to the US. Some US TikTok users have reported that the app feels different after the ban was lifted. Users say the app, which was seen as a heaven for free speech, now has some signs of censorship. They say there are fewer live streams and some activities are being removed or flagged at higher rates for violating community guidelines, including for behavior that was previously permitted. According to TikTokers in the US, there are more content moderation like limited search results as well as warnings about misinformation and prompts for users to check their sources. However, in a statement to Reuters, TikTok said, and I quote, "Our policies and algorithms did not change over the weekend. We are working hard to restore our US operations back to normal and expect some temporary instability as we restore our services, which could impact TikTok features or users' access to the app," end of quote. Now, you would recall that the platform, which is owned by China's ByteDance, was banned under a new law due to national security concerns. But then President Donald Trump stepped in with an executive order to revive it. Meanwhile, Trump has vowed to find a solution to the ban with several bidders in the mix, including people with close relationships to the new Republican president. And that's all I have for you on something you do not want to miss. Of course, we have the insight into what made the headlines, but that will be coming right after this break. Do not forget, I am Evelyn Ohiola.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. Souq Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. Engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912.
I bid you welcome once again to the program this morning. And like I said earlier on, I have Doc in the studio, and I also have Blessing who will join us, like Evelyn normally calls us the Three Musketeers. We're back again to start your week for you. Good morning to you, Blessing.
Good morning, Priya. I don't think I like musketeer. It makes it sound as if we're mischievous people, but we're here and we're a crew just to spark up conversations that will lead to a change. It's good to see the latest version of you this Monday.
Oh, it's good
and also to see Doctor who's looking so good. He's looking dapper. You need to share that secret with me. I've been appealing to you. What do I need to do? Do I need to bring my village people to appeal? So that you can cut the soap for me?
Well, I wish I had a soap. We
All
would have
right,
shared
now.
it in the show.
Okay, great. And now let's move on to stories. That's insight on what made the news this morning. Let's begin with President Bola Tinubu in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to participate in the African Heads of State Energy Summit, which starts today, January 27, 28, 2025. Now, Blessing, I remember that during the Abu Dhabi Week of Sustainability, when Mr. President was there, most of the conversation centered around energy development, clean energy, and all of that. So is this like a part 2 of the conversation back here in Africa? Or where exactly are we heading? Do you think we're taking this thing about clean energy seriously? Do we like want to go completely green energy?
Well, it's not just about green energy. If you like, you can call this the part 2, but it's also a time for Africa to have discourse regarding energy access in Africa, because this is put together by the African Development Bank Group and also the World Bank. So it's holding in Tanzania, and this is a time where heads of state leaders in Africa will come talk about how they can improve on electricity access, because the dream is to provide at least 300 million people in Africa with electricity access, and that's by the year 2030. Because Africa, as at 2022 and even up to 2024, the statistics still shows that about 600 million people, maybe even more, because when it comes to data, sometimes there is that issue, problem of having authentic data that represent the current state of things. So about 600 million people are still without access to electricity. And for Nigeria, almost 40%, because even last year, 2024, the Minister for Power was talking about how almost 40% of Nigeria's population still do not have access to electricity. So this summit is to talk about all of the issues regarding electricity access, clean energy. President Bola Tinubu there will be presenting Nigeria's energy strategy there. We hope to hear what he has planned, or what the administration has planned, so that energy access can be improved. What they also have for clean energy, and a lot more. So this is like taking it home. Let's address the peculiar issues to Africa. At the Abu Dhabi Forum, it was more like a global forum, global discourse. So, but this is tailored towards the need of Africa.
I see. And if Mr. President is going to be presenting Nigerian energy strategy at Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, I was expecting that we would have had such presentation right here in Nigeria with Nigerian stakeholders, including members of parliament, and that particular strategy laid down on paper for us to know the direction that we are taking ourselves, given the fact that when it comes to energy, industrialization of Africa, and of course, specifically Nigeria, lies on it. So I'm going to bring in Doc into this conversation. The energy strategy paper of Nigeria, Mr. President, is that it?
Well, I think we already know what is in view for us, the transition to clean energy, and according to the document that Mr. President has been sharing, will eventually get to its climax, crescendo at 2060. So, which is, of course, a whole lot of gap. And I think, for me, it's understandable. There's a whole lot of peculiar challenges that indeed Africa face once it comes to the issue of clean energy. We must not be talking about what advantage clean energy will produce without necessarily also focusing on its costs. Because the big problem in Africa as we speak really right now, apart from the fact that we're dealing with issues about electricity generation, we're also dealing with the issue of transmission, issue of distribution, with obsolete infrastructures and technology. And this is even the bigger challenge, that even if you're going to invest so much money in generating clean energy, how do you distribute it? It's a whole lot of challenge. Up till this morning, I still read on our own community forum from my own village where people are talking about how to have access to transformers that DISCO cannot provide. And communities are pulling money together to buy transformers to be able to connect to electricity. All these are the real issues that Africans face. And so I am expecting that as we sit down in Dar es Salaam, these 3 days, that the African head of states also must look inward and be realistic in making promises to the world in terms of getting involved so deeply in the conversation. And one would hope that COP18 in Paris, which actually had promised that, of course, we're going to move into this area of clean energy, would have thought about Africa in terms of investment. But that has since been jettisoned. And I guess that's one reason why Donald Trump recently said in his inaugural address that the Paris Agreement was lopsided. So that lopsidedness, Africa must factor it into their conversation. And we must not be in a hurry to impress anybody in the world. People talk about the carbon emission story. We emit less of carbon compared to any people in the world. Europeans that are emitting carbons and are destroying the environment, they should actually be paying for their contribution to the degradation of African environment because of their technology, which of course they are not willing to do. And that's the kind of conversation that Africans should be pressing forward. We are not too much endangered as they are. And therefore, I don't think it's an urgent requirement for us to leave what we have and transition into what we don't have. So Africa must, as a matter of necessity, think strategically, put their head on the ground, and not think with another man's head.
I was going to think that, or I was thinking rather that you would have asked that they put their heads on the table, but since it's on the ground, maybe to make the movement faster. Because I like what you said, Doc. There seems not to be that honesty with reality, with the challenges that Africa is facing, or what the core issues for now are. I think that the issue of transiting to clean energy is a far-fetched thing right now, given the fact that Africa is still grappling with the issue of electricity access. If as basic as that, Africa is still challenged, heavily challenged with that, then how are we talking about transiting to clean energy? So it should be first thing first. Doc would sometimes say, let's reach for the low-hanging fruit. So the low-hanging fruit here would be to generate power that perhaps may not exactly be clean energy or sourced from clean energy. The ones that we can source here, we have power sources that can give us that power sufficiency or energy sufficiency that Africa needs. If we can concentrate on that, and this time around, be actually patriotic to African nations, patriotic to African continent, because we see a lot of sabotage happening in the industry. It is not peculiar to Nigeria. For Nigeria, we know the issues that have bedeviled the power industry for lots of years. Billions of dollars have been invested in that industry. Even with the privatization, one would have thought that, oh, it was good news, that would have taken care of the problem. But even the private companies that bought the distribution company still have challenge with investing, putting back money into the system. Now, Doc mentioned the fact that communities still have to purchase transformers by themselves. That ought not to be. It's a private business. So if you it's like you purchasing masts for telecom companies to say, oh, so that you can provide coverage for my area. I think it's similar to that. So I wonder sometimes if the job of NEC is just to regulate tariff, or there are core issues within the industry that NEC should also be attending to, ensuring that stakeholders live up to their responsibilities. This is the way to go before we get to the stage of energy transition, which we have the resources for. But if we cannot tackle the immediate ones, enabling that our national grid doesn't keep collapsing, enable that those in the rural areas who do not have electricity access have it, and ensuring also that the critical infrastructure that we need to absorb all that we are generating, transmit and distributing it there. Then, if we're talking about clean energy, it's just like we're paying lip service and just wanting to talk, so it's not as if we're missing out on what's trending. Okay, before I let you go into the next story, I would like to also chip in that in 2050, come 2050, Nigeria is going to be the third
most populous country in the world. And all these conversations we are having about energy or building infrastructure, whether in our educational sector or in our health sector or in other critical sectors in our economy, Nigeria, we don't seem to be putting that plan, laying that foundation so that when 2050 comes, we will be prepared so that we will not have infrastructures or public facilities that are so inadequate to take care of the current population. Even currently, as we speak now, you can't take care of the current population on ground. And if we are not prepared for 2050, I don't think we'll be heading anywhere meaningful. Blessing.
Well, if you're talking about 2050, it's even good news for Nigeria because the president of Nigeria has even pushed it further to 2060. When the world is talking about transiting fully to clean energy by 2030, remember that at the Abu Dhabi summit, the president said for Nigeria, the target is 2060. So we still even have 10 years more to play with. It's not even 2050. But that was on a lighter note. But I think that more than lip service should be paid to this. First of all, funding is very key. So if at the global summit, much talk has been about reducing carbon emission and also helping African countries that are somewhat feeling the impact of the carbon emission generated elsewhere, that's conversation. Because if someone has made a promise to you, except you hold them accountable, chances are it is at their discretion or when they're willing to give to you what they promised that they will give to you. So Africa has to make that conversation a front burner issue, so that the West and countries that have pledged to that funding will make commitments to it. But on its own end, there must be a plan to ensure that as this fund comes, this is what we intend to put it in. And Africa should also show some seriousness that even without a fund, this is what we are doing on our own path, and not just waiting for funding to come and then was scattering. I use the word scattering those funds because it's as if there is no. You can't be doing too many things at a time. You can't be chasing too many things at a time. There should be clear-cut strategy plan. Let's know what the short-term plan is. Let's know what the mid-term plan, what the long-term plan. So for every funding, for every investment that Africa is pursuing, if we're saying for the now till the next 5 years, this is what we plan to do regarding having sufficient off-grid solution, creating an energy mix that will make us sufficient in energy. This is what we plan to do. If we're saying that, and it should not just be on paper, we're seeing work being done. Because I'm happy that this time around, the president is not going alone. Is going with the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, is going with the Minister of Power. They're all going to be in his entourage. So those people should be the one to broker the deals for investment in the power sector in Africa. But there should be a clear-cut plan. We know what's happening 10 by 10, and there should be strong monitoring to ensure that this process is carried out.
Yeah, but I think one other issue that must also have to be dealt with in terms of African really moving ahead in this direction, there are two issues that are of prime importance that Africa must deal with. The first is the weak institutional framework, which I've already alluded to. Take, for example, in Nigeria, we have a NEC that cannot really buy. I cannot even back, let alone buy it. And this is a huge challenge. I remember when Fashola was the Minister of Power, at a certain point he had come on air to say to Nigeria, well, if you don't have a meter in your place, don't pay electricity. And up to today, I can't see those rules enforced. Because actually it would have been the responsibility of the discourse to ensure that there's massive investment in that sector of the electricity. In terms of consequences for things not done, Africa is weak. So the regulatory framework is also not strong enough. And I think one thing to also do is to ensure that we have a strong regulatory framework so that even the private people that are bringing in money into the environment, their fund is guaranteed and secured. And of course, there's opportunity for them to also profit. I can't forget, somebody told me in March 2022 in Dubai and said to me, the energy market can be much more lucrative than the telcos if the right things are done in terms of creating that ecosystem where private fund had to come in. But you see, electricity for us is taken like a security matter, and therefore you feel that you don't want the private sector to play so much part in it. And therefore, government is holding on to it, and with a huge inefficiency within the system. That's why you're seeing that the reforms are really not producing the right result. So decentralization will be quite critical, that everybody not necessarily need to be on a national grid to be able to get electricity. So individual can sell electricity, and this will make it a lot in abundance. Right. That's one. How can Africa also gather around themselves to see where do we have the resource that we can actually channel such that everybody is not going to be investing in infrastructure? Take, for example, if Nigeria finds its acts right, then we can begin to supply energy to our neighbors in West Africa. And imagine Egypt doing the same for North Africa, and South Africa doing the same for Southern Africa. So African countries, the smaller countries in Africa, will need to be investing so much in infrastructure that are quite very expensive. That's one side of it on regulation. There's also another side to it, which is capacity building. We must not pay lip service to raising enough capacity or human ability to tackle the issue of even greening the environment. Right now, I'm yet to see universities in Nigeria, for example, or in Africa, where green energy is studied as a course on its own.
I think it's really going to take a long time for us to arrive at that.
No, we don't need to. The world is moving.
The reason why I said that, the reason why I said that,
you see,
even locally.
When we are looking at 2060, just let me put this thought. When you are looking at 2060, of building a transition from the conventional energy means, and you're now saying, okay, you want to get a clean energy by 2060. That's about
35 years
from now. We should be building capacity so that we're not going to be absolutely dependent on the West or Asia to drive that process. So I'm expecting that as we're having this conversation, that there should be design. You see, somebody is in the electrical department, but yes, you just infuse one course there and call it green energy course. There should be a kind of a holistic approach to compartmentalize this entire conversation into a course or a department in our university system where we can build capacity so that as we are moving and evolving, we're not over-relying on the human capital from other clients, but we can have dependence on our people who are doing research and pioneering research in that direction.
All right, Doctor, I get that. I remember very vividly during the previous administration, not really the previous administration, during the infantile stage where Nigeria was progressing democratically and in terms of governance, when the issue of local government studies came upon. And I remember vividly about 4 universities were tasked with that responsibilities. The University of Lagos took over that of the southwestern part, University of Ife also, University of Benin, and Ahmadu Bello University Zaria in the north, in order for us to bring in local government from the grassroots study so that people can study that in university and be equipped with the required knowledge to be able to channel and bring a governance at the ebb of society. I think that's what Doc was referring to. Let's move on to the next story. National Assembly's plenary resumption rescheduled from Tuesday, 28th January 2025 to Tuesday, 4th February 2025 to allow for the completion of ongoing budget defense sessions. The budget defense session has been ongoing until now. And it seemed to be a continuation because as it is now, the 2025 budget has not been approved. It looks like we have left the law that we set aside, that we are the budget presentation supposed to be from January to December. So by December, we are supposed to have a new budget for the next year, so that by January, the new budget for the new year would have been running. Doc, it looks like we have left that precedent. It's like we have left that convention. What could be responsible? This is just the second budget that this current administration will be sharing and channeling. What makes you think we have that sort of inefficiency?
Well, I think it's a case of narrow fiddling while Rome burns. And then, of course, you come around and look for somebody else who can take the blame for what is not being done right. I didn't expect that National Assembly even had to go on recess because of the expediency of these things. So remember, the last administration struggled to see how we can actually have a budget section that ran from January to December.
Yes.
And in that case, you're able to actually plan your things out. We just have succeeded in extending the lifespan of 2024 budget. Deep into 2025. And therefore, it provides us an opportunity to rest. And I think it's abnormal that people who, of course, have the nation at heart should have spent a lot of their energy, because there's nothing to holiday about when there's so much to be done to ensure that the economy is running right. This carryover creates rooms for the ability, even for people who are supposed to be giving account for things that they are going to do, are not able to give account. 2023 budget has not been tidied. 2024 now is running into deep 2025. Now, and you are expecting that, for example, the Public Account Committee of the National Assembly want to do oversight. And as we speak, they are still considering data of what was expended in 2021. That's quite very unwholesome. And if for people that are serious, Nigeria should be run like an enterprise. And what that means for me is that people should be able to see, oh, last year this is what we did. And then that help us to generate conversation around the next year's budget. So as it is now, which means even in preparing 2026 budget, we will not even be factoring in what happened in 2024 because the budget is still running. And the errors and the mistakes that happened in 2024 cannot be corrected in 2026. And this is the challenge that the nation has faced over time, where, of course, accountability and transparency became the bane of African development. And I think these are issues that those who have offered themselves to serve the nation should do it at some minimal level of inconvenience. After all, they take inconvenience allowance. So I think that we should be able to bear some inconveniences in serving the nation. This is the 27th day of the month of January, and we're just talking about resuming from a recess.
Budget defense.
No, I don't think it's worth the while. There was only one public holiday, and that was on the 1st. One would have expected that from 2nd to now, the National Assembly would have tidied up with the entire budget proceeding. 1 month is enough. And then, of course, it's assented, and then the project can start to run.
Okay, I think...
you took the word out of my mouth.
Let me direct this to you, Blessing.
Okay.
Sorry. I realized that in Nigeria, the private sector, most of the time, when it comes to the new year or when they're expecting the new budget from the executive arm of government, they don't just jump into work. They wait. Most businesses, most multinationals, including the MDAs, in fact, as we speak, the MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, in their spending and their interest for 2025, I wonder what they are doing. So, by virtue of this, do you think that these multinationals, both private and public sector, will just be folding their hands and waiting for the government to pass? Or what do you think they are surviving on?
Well, Doug just talked about the 2024 budget still running into the year 2025. Now, what I was trying to say there when I said Doug took the word out of my mouth when he said we should behave like serious people, I wanted to ask the question: are we as serious people, or and some of the ministries, departments, and agencies, and even the National Assembly, do we have serious people in that? Because it seemed like people can do whatever they like, run at their own pace, at the expense of the development of the country. This goes two ways. It's a two-way traffic. The delay has been caused by the ministries, departments, and agencies. That's also been caused by the National Assembly. Because I recall that on the table we talked about the National Assembly saying that ministries, departments, and agencies that do not come for defense would not get appropriation. So it's a two-way delay. And I think that while the National Assembly took time to rest, take a break, they are honorable members now. So a lot of perks go with that office. They do what they like. So it's as if, oh, we've been busy all year round. So when we're done resting, we can now come. And now you want to rush up everybody, you know. So if you're talking about giving adequate consideration to the bills, I don't even think that that will really happen because now they're pressed for time. So certain MDA's budgets may just be overlooked because they are also considering time. 4th of February is just next week here. So to your question about the multinationals, what would they be doing? You think, I think that the essence of the budget is not clearly understood yet in Nigeria. That's why we're not even following the regular cycle. That's why a previous year budget can be running into a new year, and it will take a lot of time before the budget is then passed and implemented. For the MDAs, what do you want them to run with? Even though there's still some provision from the 2024 budget, but they want to wait to know what is coming and what project to take on. And there's also the factor of, hey, we don't know if we'll have money, so the one that we have, let's manage. So for the multinationals, some of them will find other ways of doing things. Some will still have to wait. That's why you find that certain projects that are at the start of the year that were earmarked to be done will also have delays because all of this will have some implications. After passage of the budget, for the time it will take for the MDAs to even get their allocation, we've not even talked about that. So at what time do they start disbursing to the project? And maybe some other businesses that are waiting for projects to kick off for them to also start there because contracts will be awarded to some businesses. So it's at the end of the day, it's a delay to the economy until we understand that and begin to act like we do. Then I don't think we're ready to have full benefit of every fiscal plan that we make yearly.
I know that a lot of people want to wait for the budget so that they can understand what's the economic direction of government in a particular fiscal year. And I think from the medium frame economic
medium-term expenditure framework.
Yes, framework that has been set by the government, it's clear what direction that regime is chasing after. And to that extent, those private institutions that have things to do with government can at least think about some certain things that they are going to do. So for the private sector, it may not be a big deal. Even for the MDAs, it may not also be a big deal because there's also a constitutional provision that enabled the MDAs to spend up to about 60 or 70% of the previous year's budget while they are waiting for the sign-on of the budget.
Of the new budget.
You see, but for things to be tidy is actually where my worries are, that once we execute on time, we are able to actually report our activities and operations for the year. I'm actually worried much about the audit because the post-mortem kind of audit that we're doing, always ex post facto after the fact, cannot help in preparing the budget for the next season. So tidying up that environment is a huge responsibility. And for people who already all know their onions, and I think the delay really was federal government trying to see how to redesign the expenditure framework, because the one they have been using, they used in 2023, 2024, was inherited from the previous administration. And so they need to also set their own. And I think that was what accounted for the delay in presentation, because last year's budget was presented in good time. And even its passage came somewhat in good time. But for me, it's just these people who are coming back to work 27 days to the end of the first month, and I don't think it's something we should celebrate. People should be up and working, and if we're serving a nation and we know that we are actually sitting on the keg of a gunpowder, it is important and imperative for those who are the hands, especially the lawmakers, to see that there's a national emergency, deal with it first, then you go and rest. Your city cannot be burning, and then you're on recess. And that does not help anybody. We have about 900 agencies, over 900 agencies in Nigeria. And if 2 or 3 of them are not coming, the ones that are ready should be dealt with. And then, of course, those who are not coming, then they can be sanctioned appropriately. So, and I don't think that should be a reason why they should themselves have to relax and say, oh, we want to go take some naps. Then we come back and then the year is running.
Sincerely, I don't think they did anything wrong, because at the beginning of this year, they've already started their budget defense session and they were on ground. I think for them to take a recess briefly may not be something that we should be accusing them
You
about.
sound
No,
like,
listen, let's
an
move on to the
honorable
next
member
story.
that would take
Let's
maybe
move
a
on to the next
long
story.
recess.
Let's move on to the next
When
story.
Nigerians are even saying
it's
that
good-
they,
Let's
it's-
move on to
it's
the
good
next
for us
story.
to know you now.
No, let's
And
move
I
on to
think
the
people
next.
are
I don't
getting
think they
that
did
time.
anything wrong
Nigerians
because
says they don't
they've
have
already
much to
resumed
do.
the work this year. They resumed the work this year, and I don't think they did anything
was the
wrong.
recess
If they
for?
took 1 week recess.
Really?
Let's go to the next story before they said I have an uncle in the national.
No, it's
Assembly.
you. You're going for that.
The federal government to support vulnerable groups with 32.7 billion naira across the country. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, Dr. Netawe Yilwatda, discloses this information to Nigerians. Now, the federal government to support vulnerable groups with 32.7 billion naira across the country, according to the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, 32.7 billion naira. This will include, if I'm to wrap my head around it, Nigerians who have suffered from the disastrous work that terrorism, insurgency, and banditry are carried out in the northern part of the country. It will include flood victims in any other parts of the country. It will include other people who have suffered from some form of natural disasters in every other part of the country. But one thing I have not always, I want the National Assembly to do, most especially in terms of budget defense, is to find a way, these communities that the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction must have carried out their exercise where they went to dole out some funds to some people or build structures or buy some form of food stuff to distribute among these persons. We don't seem to have captured all this in a presentation of data and budget defense to the National Assembly. And I think that's a very, very huge gap. It's a shortcoming that the National Assembly must nip in the bud. We're all aware of the Better Edu saga and how monies that was meant for people in that particular ministry did not really get to the purpose, or was not used for the purpose for which it was allocated. Blessing.
Well, I'm more concerned with how the money is disbursed and to whom the money is given than the presentation of what it will be used for to the National Assembly. Because, well, when they ask questions, they can explain it. They can tell the National Assembly, this is what we intend to do. But if we look at what this money has been earmarked to achieve, or those the money would go to, first is going to household, about 300 household as loans for them to invest in agriculture and some other areas. And then there is also the plan to revive the Empower scheme. That's where I have issue with. Because the Empower scheme, as it was being run, except if you're going to make some differences to the modus operandi of the Empower system, you found that people were just given stipend and they were assigned roles, they were assigned to ministries. But if you go there, you find just a few of those parts of the Empower scheme actually on the ground. Some of them were assigned to Ministry of Agriculture as extension workers. I think those were the ones that were even on the ground. For other ministries, other MDAs, other offices, you go there and you're looking for them. So it's as if they just come once in a while, sign that they're around, and at the end of the day, they get the stipend of 50,000 naira, which was then the minimum wage. So I don't know what the plan is to revive this Empower to ensure that you're not just doling out money to people, which I personally have issues with, because it's like we're saying there is no money. Yes, money needs to circulate. Government needs to put money in the hands of people so that it can oil the economy, but that can be creatively done, not just giving out money to people so that they're not making any impact. They should be made to work for the money. Now, for the households that have been also outlined to receive 75,000 naira, which would be on I think a monthly basis till it gets to that 75,000 naira to help them. Who are those people? Do we know who the money is going to? Or we're just going to see certain names, but we do not know if the money gets to those people. So it's about a trust issue for me, because there's this trust deficit that government has with the people. So even when they say they're going to do this, we doubt really that the money will get to those it is intended for.
Okay, I like what you said. However, these 75,000 to households in agriculture, what are they doing? Are they persons that are engaged in subsistence agriculture, or are they persons that are engaged in on some form of enterprise that is going to generate more funds for self-upkeep, or are there persons that went through some form of natural disaster they suffered and the government is looking for a way to uphold them? But, Doc, don't you think it's time the federal government should look for more creative ways to assist Nigerians? 32.7 billion naira, it's lots of money. We can't really give account of how much we've been spending on that particular ministry since time immemorial, or since the ministry was formed. Now we are doling out 32.7 billion. Do you think this will end up in the pocket of private persons, or will it do the purpose for which the government is allocating the fund?
My straight appeal to Mr. President, we understand the situation under which you are trying to salvage the nation. There's a whole lot of complaint out there that there's poverty in the land, and of course you want to feel that you are human, and therefore the need to embark on this kind of a journey. It does not work, it will not work. And I think there are lots and creative ways, Mr. President, that we can do this thing seamlessly to add value to society. People need to fund themselves. We have development banks. There's the agri development banks. We have the small industry development, BOI, Bank of Industry. So these monies should channeled into these areas. Those who have need should approach these banks with well-written business proposal to be able to pay back, so that we are not throwing money into the winds. And I think that if you're looking at humanitarian issues, there are other ways that government can spend this money. It can be channeled to the Ministry of Works, to the area where there are a lot of things that people are prone to disasters, like you said, in IDP areas in Borno State, where people have lost home. Government can decide to build houses for people. And then, of course, you have to engage Nigerians to build those houses. And then they earn a living from it. So putting money in the hands of people to either go drink alcohol or to marry a new wife, I don't think is the way to go. Federal government must be intentional in terms of how to salvage people. And that's the truth, really. Because there's no amount of things that you do to help somebody who is not willing to help himself that will bring him out of trouble. So we have to do things so that we create rooms and opportunity where people can, and genuinely to say, I am interested in agriculture. I need seedling. I found a farmland. And then government are not giving them cash. And they are giving them seedlings or fertilizer, whatever it is, that can help and support agriculture. But sending money to people, and you are expecting that they are going to use it for the purpose, and they are pressured by other needs. So the 75,000 come into my account. I first of all want to use it to pay house rent. Then tomorrow I will still be crying that government is bad on poverty and hunger is in the land. And I think there's a need for government to be much more strategic in terms of disbursement of funds. I don't like handout, I don't believe in it, and I don't think it works, and it can't work anywhere. If we have to make things work, we should teach people how to fish and stop handing fishes to people on daily basis.
I wonder if there is a monitoring and feedback mechanism to ensure that those who had been beneficiaries of this system before had utilized it and have become better. Because the aim is to lift people out of poverty. So if money was given before, loans were given before, is there a process? Is there a mechanism to ensure that after time, there is monitoring to ensure that they're now doing business, they're better off? Now, I partook in a scholarship scheme some time ago. Even after, like 2 or 3 years after the scheme, the facilitators still call to ensure that you are making use of the knowledge you got. So is there that supervision there? That's another thing. And on the list, are there people who are permanently on that list? They were in the list last year, perhaps they are also going to be beneficiaries again. Is there a re-registration of new people so that it spreads? These are some of the issues that I think the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs should be looking into. Well, we have said on this table that we do not encourage giving out of fish to people, but they should be taught how to fish. But I think the government has already made up their mind on what they want to do. So if they're going to do it, then they should do it well. But maybe from next year, that should not be part of the plan again.
Thank you very much, Blessing. And those are the stories that we can take on stories that made the news. Now it's time for us to go on a break. And when we return, we will be delving into policy discourse, where we will be talking about policies in different aspects of society. I'll go on a break. When we return, stay with us.
This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN. Is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history. An important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless
So today in Policy Discuss, we'll delve into the growing relationship between Nigeria and China, as that relationship has resulted in a trade exceeding $20 billion. The goal here is to understand clearly what the advantages and disadvantages of this trade is, so that we can foster new ways or perhaps make suggestions on how it can be mutually beneficial to both parties. I've been joined by a favorite, or one of my favorite anchors, because here all 3 of them are my favorite. Dr. Idausa Osamanzo, even though he has refused to cut soap for me, Priye Krumale, and of course David Chido. So they did an arrangement behind me to twin today. It's no problem, let the men do your thing. All right, maybe Evelyn tomorrow will have that conversation with me, so she and I can twin, so it will be, you know, ladies or women talk to women and women understand. But first, welcome, David.
Thank you very much, Blessing. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
Nigerians. It's a wonderful Monday morning, and it's even better, much better, being here to, of course, further conversations that shape what the country should look like, both on the continental stage and on the global stage, of course.
So, looking at the trade relationship between Nigeria and China, in 2023, the trade between Nigeria and China reached $22 billion. So for the year 2024, it exceeded $20 billion. There was a decline, however, but it's still huge when we talk about trading partners, particularly between China and an African country. That is huge. But let's take a look at the components of that trade. What actually trade agreement or arrangement or whatever happened between Nigeria and China that gave us over $20 billion in trade. For Nigeria, basically primary imports, crude oil. And then for China, we have manufactured goods, which sells so much in Nigeria, because it's like the average businessman who is an importer in Nigeria, importing from electronics to even textile materials, sources most of their merchandise from China. What's your take on this trade relationship between China and Nigeria, Doc?
Well, I don't tend to agree with as if we're doing well trading with China. Yeah, because here is only one party that's actually enjoying or benefiting, because if you look at the balance, it's hugely skewed in favor of China. And this is because as a country, we're also not very deliberate in terms of setting our economic policies agenda when we relate with other people in the world. China is doing a whole lot of things in Africa and indeed Nigeria. And if you look at the volume of trade that China is doing in Africa, Nigeria constitutes about 20% of its market. as we speak. So in other words, all the money that China is mining from Africa, Nigeria contributes about 20%. Now the question is, how much is Nigeria gaining from China? So if you look at that trade balance, you see that somebody is doing less than 10%. China trades 20 billion in Africa, and what we can sell to China is not is not up to 2 billion US dollars. So it shows that Nigeria is the real market for China in Africa. And given our population and our natural endowment, I think that the Nigerian government or those who represent us in terms of trade relations should be much more strategic in seeing how to twist the hand of China, that beyond just shipping primary products to China and crude, which of course constitutes the greater chunk of that means, Nigeria should be able to deal with China in terms of asking China much more investment in Africa. And I think that's what Mr. President did the last time the Foreign Secretary of China visited Nigeria. And the President said, you're a powerful man in the cabinet of China. We need much more investment in China. We're not asking you to come dash us money. Bring more money, set up those factories here, and use Nigeria as a distribution hub for Africa, so that we are no longer going to China to bring these goods here. They can actually be manufactured in Nigeria, and then we sell in, you sell in your sub-Saharan Africa. And then, of course, we can get much value than they coming to take those resources off here, and then they resell them back to us in finished goods, and we're paying through our nose. And our foreign exchange situation is worsening on a daily basis, and then prices of goods and services are on the rooftop. And these are very, very germane issues that we need to confront. Just on Saturday, we're looking at buying some stuff, just ordinary stand for camera, and people say, oh, 2 years ago, the price was about 35,000. Today it's sold at 250,000. You see the leap. So if you were to calculate that in inflation rate, you see that it's over 400, 500% in inflation between 2022 and 2025. So you can see how Africans are paying hugely for the increase that is necessitated by Forex. If these things are manufactured here, we will not need foreign exchange to go to Ghana to go import them. The trade will be done here in Naira, and then our condition can be better. So I think that we need to do much more in terms of really pushing China to do more in Nigeria, since we constitute the bulk of its trade in Africa.
Now, Doc has highlighted a number of facts and also made some suggestions regarding how things can be corrected. Now, he talked about the business or the trade being skewed in favor of China. Now, for Nigeria being a major market for China in Africa, and Nigeria may be talking to China to make some investment, how do you see that? Is it that Nigeria cannot create a market for China as much as China has created? Look at what China provides for Nigeria. How do we come to the point of providing so much that China has to just make Nigeria the market than asking for some investment? Now, if you look at the investment, some investment that China has, sometimes the labor for those investments rely heavily on China. And so there's limitation to transfer of technology, which would benefit Nigeria more.
At this point in time, I'm pretty much inclined to agreeing with a number of points which Doctor has made. We have quite the issue on our hands, but just looking at it on the surface, having this sort of numbers coming out of our trade relationship with China is not, first of all, I'm going to look at it from the perspective of glass half full, and then otherwise, it's active markets, more liquidity, And then, of course, you have better order execution, and of course, there is the seamless connection between seller, buyer, and all of that, which is, great. And then you made a statement earlier asking what the drivers are that led to these numbers or these figures, as the case may be. Again, still going back to what Doctor said not too long ago, we have a production problem. That has always been our issue. With all of what we've had going on with China, in the last, I think 45 or plus years, because our relationship with them started back in the 70s. I think that was toward the end of the First Republic and the commencement of the Second Republic. So we've had that relationship for that long. But for some reason, the issue, the elephant in the room, has always been the trade imbalance between both nations. So you have China investing, or rather you have China providing infrastructure, contributing to most of our infrastructure that we have here, based off of what we sell to them, or based off of what they can get from us. You have the CSCEC, that's a Chinese engineering company. A lot of what they have by way of contract numbers. In fact, as far as their stance on the world is concerned, they are the largest construction outfit. And then a lot of their contracts by numbers come from Nigeria. So it says without going, it goes without saying, beg your pardon, that Nigeria here is their biggest market. So where then do we plug in the problem? We're talking about what Doctor has mentioned earlier, which of course I'm going to take a bit further. There's oil and gas. There's agricultural products, which, including livestock, of course, which we've traded with them for a while. And then, of course, there's solid minerals, which they take from here. I mean, we have a lot of them in sedimentary, concentrate in some portions of the country. We have that in Benue, and I reckon we have that in Ebonyi State as well. And then, of course, we have about 10 million metric tons, if my figures are not failing me at this point in time. Yes, actually, that's what it is. We have about 10 million metric tons of lead ore, which goes to China. So when you have these things, sold to them, when they buy these things from us, they bring them back to us in, machinery. They bring them back to us in manufactured goods. So it tells you that we need to do more in terms of our industrial sector. It tells you that we need to do more in, with regards to what we produce from here, so that as far as our relationship with them is concerned, we don't end up always having to grab the shorter end of the stick, which is, which has in fact been the problem, and goes back to our problems with not, with not providing an not being able to provide an enabling environment where we can actually, provide more value, because they seem to be the ones providing value. We seem to be the ones giving them just what to work with, essentially primary product. So that, in my opinion, is where we need to, channel more of our effort to unskew, let me use that word, unskew this trade imbalance, or more or less skew it back into our favor, because it does seem like we've been at the shorter end of this particular stick.
Now, the issue between Nigeria and China in terms of trade imbalance is not particular to China alone, though China seems to be one of the biggest trading partners to Nigeria. How do we change that narrative? A lot of times we talk about making the countries that come to seek primary products have industries here to utilize it, so that we become the first gainers. Doc, you talked about China creating an industrial hub here, so that this becomes the off-take point for a lot of this. Are we not at the mercy of those countries if we're expecting that they do that without us first having our own? Does it start at the point of a trade agreement? How would we be able to ensure that we state what we want, and what we want is what will favor us, and we're making them stick to that arrangement?
Yeah, I think it's a function of government functionaries who should know what to do. And I think that we're seriously lacking. The person who is talking here is the ambassador of China to Nigeria. And is having huge handshake with the president of Nigeria. And tells senior government officials, we need to do a lot in terms of trade relations. How do ambassadors in these other countries relates with the government of their home country is another fundamental flaw in Nigeria economic relations. Because when you don't put round peg in round holes, they don't fit. So in terms of also choosing who represents Nigeria in other countries, we must also look for real seasoned diplomats who can strike deals and negotiate things on behalf of Nigeria. The president of Nigeria does not necessarily need to be traveling all the world around to sell Nigeria. That's the role and the function of the ambassador who represent Nigeria in those countries.
But why do we have a twist in that here in Nigeria?
That is a challenge, and I think that is because we politicize even every kind of appointment. Now, if you have an ambassador who sits in the US, the role of that ambassador is not just to sit down and welcome Mr. President coming to the US. The role of the ambassador is to see how to penetrate the market, the private market of the American people, and ensure that businessmen in America find interest in Nigeria. Because his primary role as an ambassador is to sell Nigeria to that country, to say, there are opportunities right here at home. We know that you can do these things. We can create this environment. We can strike this deal with our own government so that you can set up factories here in Nigeria or invest in this kind of sector. Now, this is what the ambassador should be doing. It should not be seen as a kind of exit leave for some people who, of course, we feel we needed to settle as political associates, and then we say, okay, go and spend the next 4 years or the next 2 years in China and have some good time. It should be somebody who is at work for Nigeria, talking about deals, striking deals with private individuals, with Nigerians who are resident in those countries, and see how we can collaborate to actually bring business home and take businesses from Nigeria into those climes.
Doc, the ambassadors we have in Nigeria, ambassador offices in Nigeria, are they having that power and made to take out responsibilities like that? Because it seems as if what we have is what obtains in the civil service, where it's as if except the person who's at the apex there speaks or takes action, you can't do anything. That seems to be what we're having between, in the case of ambassadors, ministers, and even the president. Except the president makes the initiative or seals a deal between Nigeria and another country, the ministers, it appears like they don't have that power to do that. Unlike what we see ambassadors, we see ministers of other countries coming to negotiate deals, even with the Nigerian president, coming to execute projects on behalf of their country. But we don't seem to, it doesn't seem as if the ministers, the ambassadors from Nigeria are vested with that power. They have that consciousness, and they're giving that free mandate to execute.
There's nobody who gives you free mandate. It's an international policy that when you appoint an ambassador to a country, that ambassador is not just a human being. It's actually the president of Nigeria in that country.
Are they oriented in that way? The reason I'm asking because
to be oriented. You see, the problem is that
the reason I ask
when you have a politicization, that's what I'm talking about in terms of appointment. When you want to send envoys to country, especially countries where you have interests, where you want to penetrate, you send in somebody who is a huge negotiator into that environment to broker deals on your behalf, because it's actually your mouthpiece. Now, an ambassador does not represent the country. An ambassador represents the president. He has a direct first-line charge to the president. So it is not as if he's empowered. No, he's not a civil servant. He is somebody who speaks any word that an ambassador speaks, is speaking on behalf of the president. And any initiative that the ambassador must take is on behalf of the president of the country. So what they do is that you have people who are proactive enough. We need seasoned diplomats. Even those who are practitioners, they are almost now constituting a little fraction of those we send as ambassador. I'm speaking of this because, of course, it's due now to also appoint new ambassadors who will be going out to represent Nigeria. And I think that we should tap into the professional pool of people who work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who understand these trade relations and see how we can send them as negotiator. We are how do I put it now? We are strategic in terms of appointment. Look at it. Donald Trump is appointing foreign secretary. He's looking at who's going to go there. He's thinking of who's going to be the Minister of Commerce. He knows who is going to go there. He's thinking of somebody who is a die-hard negotiator to go to the Middle East and speak for him. So he's not going to look for anybody just because you supported my ambition to become a president and now I need to settle a lot of people. Then I use the ambassadorial office to settle people, and then they go there. They cannot actually perform the role that office requires. So for me, is recruiting hands that are strong enough to actually talk about the relations of that country with our country. I give you one instance. We were traveling somewhere from Dubai to Abu Dhabi some years ago, and it was during the fast. And in the fast, you know that nobody eats in the public in the UAE. So you have to eat in closes. You don't eat in the open. So we're in this taxi and we're asking, oh, can we eat? Because we're not fasting. And the driver was putting us and saying, well, so since you said your friend is an American, you can eat. Because if police stop you, the American ambassador will be right there immediately.
You're getting to the point of the question I was about to raise.
This is the point
I'll
I'm
let you
making.
land.
Yes. So the American ambassador will be there, right there. Nigerians who are in the UAE are struggling to see the ambassador face. It's not because they are not empowered. It's because of how they see the role. So what I'm saying is that if you send the right person who understands what diplomacy is all about, whether it's economic diplomacy, social diplomacy, or political diplomacy, to represent you in a country, he will be more initiative, he will be more innovative and creative in terms of negotiating deals on behalf of your country and represent your country very well. So if you, I as a citizen, I can't gain access to my ambassador, because the way the president is protected here, this is the same way in our own embassies, ambassadors or high commissioners are not assessed, even by residents, Nigerian residents in those countries. That's the point I'm making. It's not because there's any rule written here that say they cannot perform, but we are not using professionals. All we have done is that we recruit politicians to go represent us, and then they don't understand what the nitty-gritty of ambassadorial or diplomatic functions is all about.
Doc, the point of my question is this. From all you said, it's the ideal, but do we have the ideal working in our system? I am happy that you went to the point where even in foreign nations, Nigerians in the diaspora have restricted access to their ambassador. That's the point I was driving at. Because we've seen cases where situations happen that affect Nigerians in the diaspora and expecting that the Nigerian consulate there will interfere. You find that the ambassador sometimes is reluctant to speak, or when they speak, from what they say, there is no power backing their words until the president interferes and makes a statement or a pronouncement. There are no written rules, agreed, but there seems to be an unspoken rule that says you go there. So on certain matters, you do not even have the power to stand as a voice that is binding. Now, that rule may not be written anywhere, but it seems to be the orientation of ambassadors that we had from time immemorial. It's not about this administration alone. How many foreign ministers have we seen to be very active in the deals, in the discussions and relations with other countries? I think that one that we even saw that was up and doing, at least from what we were seeing on TV, was Jeffrey Newman. So it's about what has been the culture. So when people get into this role, what is the orientation? What is the expectation of them? And is there some unspoken rule that says you have a limit? Is that what has shortchanged us in these people not being able to become negotiators? Are they sent there as negotiators?
Now, we don't particularly know what it is that their quote-unquote marching orders ab initio, talking about these emissaries, as it were. But from all we have seen, for decades now, we can all agree on one thing. they have very limited powers. They have very limited authorities. And that is indeed in and of itself the problem, because if you have a system where a particular individual who knows his or her onions, who is worth their weight in gold, are deployed to a particular ministry to handle it simply because they are qualified. Take note of the word qualified. That's the operative word here. And if they're qualified, I would like to see, a situation where they have, perhaps you might want to be careful with saying total power, but at least they should have some level of, if you like, carte blanche to be able to execute certain, deals, broker certain deals, that is, and then, solve certain problems that would affect Nigeria on the global stage, because that is exactly what their jobs are as emissaries, as, foreign policy brokers, so to speak. Now, in the case of, what we're talking about now, I'm going to agree in part with what Doctor has said, where, he talked about some people being square pegs in round holes and all of that. It's quite evident, because you see that these people. Let me digress a little bit. We've had the Nigerian Trade Office in China. I think that's the Nigerian Export Promotional Center or Council in China since ratified more or less in 2003, and up until date, there isn't much to go by as far as, the made in Nigeria goods sold in China arrangement is concerned, because that is exactly what that thing, or that entity, beg your pardon, was set up for. Now, you have the Nigerian ambassador to China since that particular, dispensation till this very moment. So, successive ones who have come and gone. What have they done with regards to that? Would they say that they didn't have enough power to, facilitate the actual essence of that particular agreement at the Nigerian Export Promotional Council in China, which was supposed to make sure that our presence in China was felt? It feels more often than not, when you look at it, broad strokes, that it's the presence of China in Nigeria being felt more, the presence of China in Nigeria being felt more than the presence of Nigeria in China being felt more. Now, narrowing it back to what we have, I would say that it's the failure of the process itself, the governance process itself, where you have these people, in some cases, if not most, being unclear with regards to what they're supposed to do, when they're supposed to do it, and how they're supposed to do it. And in some other cases, even though it's clear, they are shackled in some regard by, authority, by the authority. That, of course, we know the authority I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the central authority, which for a long time there have been conversations about, decentering power in some regard, so that, certain other aspects of the country's, governance can have some sort of liquidity, if you like, or fluidity, if you like. Now, in this case, again, I go back to what I said earlier. It is either a case of them being unclear on what their, if you like, roles are with regards to mediation or with regards to intervention in certain situations the world over, as far as it concerns Nigeria, or that particular block, that's, micromanagement block, is somewhere in the mix that, has prevented them from actually going about what they're supposed to do effectively, showing capacity and making sure that, Nigeria is better off for having them in those very strategic positions.
Yeah, but look at it this way. The NIDCOM chairman, Honorable Abike Dabiri, functions more than our foreign ministers and our ambassadors. It's not because that he's given any power, it's because she's just running the mandate of our office. Every office has a mandate. Now, it's not somebody giving you power. In short, our president during his campaign said power is not served a la carte. You take power. So if they appoint you into an office, execute the constitutional mandate of that office. Let it be that somebody has called you to order or recall you back home because he did not like what you are doing. rather than bootlicking. What many people do in public office is eye service and bootlicking. If I'm appointed today to say, okay, go represent Nigeria in Cotonou, I should be all over Cotonou to ensure that the mandate of Mr. President, as regard, for example, how our borders there is maintained, that is my priority. Because what I'm here to do in Cotonou, I am there to champion the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. And anything that, for example, will stand on the way of that renewed hope from being realized, I will be the champion. And I will be on Mr. President's neck to tell him that, look, there's an opportunity here. This person needs to be talked to. This person needs to be talked to who seems to be blocking it. And when we get those filler, Mr. President will be happy to see that those who are representing him, they are working very well. So what I'm simply saying is that ambassadorial office should not be seen like a retirement package or a pre-retirement package for those who are sent on missions abroad. These guys should understand that, yes, you are here to work yourself out to ensure that your country get the benefit which they are supposed. I read something early this morning on Instagram when, of course, they were asking the minister or the DG of Fan, why will you spend this so money on runway? And they said, well, that is what we want to spend on the runway. If it's not convenient for some people, I will step aside. Those are the kind of people we need to drive the Nigerian project. People who are willing to step aside when people are not willing to do what is right. So we need human beings who gets into these places, and I'm actually advocating for experts to represent us. People who are practitioners, rather than politicians, go to strategic states to represent us, and they don't know what to do or what the function of an ambassador is.
Okay, I think perhaps what would be the solutions for us to have career diplomat then people were just appointed, because if you're a career diplomat, you know what your role is, you know where to exercise your authority, and if there be any form of cloud that hangs over the heads of those in certain positions that makes them feel or act as though there's a limitation to what they can execute, what their power can reach, then I think that should be removed for the interest of the country. But let's look at the implication of the imbalance in Nigerian-China trade or Nigerian businesses, aside technological products that Nigeria gets from China, from other things, equipment to equipment and to consumer goods. Nigeria is importing heavily from China. How do we stop this? Is it time for us to make some form of policy? When there was so much importation of rice from other countries by Nigeria during the former administration of former President Buhari, we saw that policy where there was a ban on rice importation. And so there were some measures to ensure that Nigeria begins to grow the rice that it consumes, even though there is still rice importation, but it's not as much as it used to be because capacity has been grown in the production of rice. Should we also now be making policies and government go beyond policies to having things on the ground that ensure that there is some manufacturing capacity for certain consumer goods, even though I know that there is the aspect of preference here where some Nigerians prefer goods that are made outside of Nigeria?
I will address that very soon with a few thoughts, but I want to just circle back a little bit to some of Doctor's last remarks. He talked about the people who are in this position being, or considering it, if you like, to be a retirement home or something of the sort. The question there that I would ask, just put out there essentially, if there's any answer that's going to come from the powers that be, perhaps, maybe not. But these people, do you actually let them understand what it is that they're supposed to do, first of all? Because we assume that they are professionals. You talked about career diplomats, right? We assume that they know exactly what they're doing. This is what they've done all their lives. So if you are not, or rather, if there is a problem with these people being in those positions and they're considering it a retirement home. Isn't that supposed to be the function of the person who put them there to spot that and to, make adjustments where necessary? If he or she sees that this person is just considering the job as, plaything or retirement home, as the case may be. But like I said, that's just a question I want to put out there. Now, to go back to what you said, Nigeria is, or to what you asked, rather, beg your pardon. Nigeria is it's a haven of potential. Why do you think the likes of China have been courting us for donkey years now? Why do you think, the likes of America, the likes of, India and co, and the UK have been courting us forever and a day? Now, as I said earlier, how we can deal with what appears to be our quote and unquote challenge goes back to one thing: harnessing our enormous potential. Right now, we have a teeming population that makes up 2/3 of, young population, beg your pardon, that makes up 2/3 of the overall population of Nigerians. And these days, a lot of these people in this demographic are driven to, shiny things. And this is what I mean. It's the new toy, it's the shiny object syndrome, or the new toy, syndrome. They love anything that essentially is the rave of the moment. And what is the rave of the moment at this point in time? We're talking about technology, tech. Now, harnessing tech equals more investment, equals more productivity, equals more jobs. Now, what that does for us is all the affiliates, if you like, or all the sectors that are heavily dependent. I don't think there's anyone these days that doesn't have a level or two of technological involvement. So all of these things coalesce, all of these things come together to make sure that Nigeria grows. Now look at China's GDP. Last year, it grew by 50%, beg your pardon, by 5.0%. Yeah, that's 5%. Ours for 2024 was about 2.9%. In 2023, it was even less than that. The NESG is predicting that our economy is going to grow by, our GDP rather, is going to grow by 5.5% this year. Whether that's going to happen is left to be seen. So again, I go back to what I said a moment ago. We are a country of enormous potential. So if you harness that, we're talking technology, you're talking services. In this case, in the financial sector, where you have fintechs having sprung up in the last 4 or 5 years, and in most cases, the preferable choice to the age-long commercial banks, as you were. So a lot of these things, you put them into perspective, and you realize that our problem is not necessarily a problem per se, depending on how you look at it, or from what prism of what angle of the prism you look at it. But the fact that we've not really had the individuals at the helm of power, strategic positions that is, that would look inward and harness the potential of Nigeria. There's something these people, whether it's Eurasia or the Americas, are looking at inside here that we're not seeing. The question to answer right now is, what have they seen that have made them latch onto us like leeches to blood?
And if we find what they've seen, we know in some cases what they've seen. We know they've seen raw materials. We know they've seen primary products that they possibly can't get in any other part of the world than Africa, and so they're coming for it. And how cheaply we're letting this primary products go is a source of concern to Africans, is a source of concern to Nigerians. You've mentioned quite some minerals that China sources from Nigeria. How do we sell them? Do they go through the right channel, or there is some illegitimate market, illegal markets, if you like, that they purchase this thing from, and so just like they give some handouts to those who are selling them. So a lot needs to be done by Nigeria. When we talked about Trump, the president of the US, Donald Trump, making some changes to trade agreement and coming up with imposition of tariff hikes, a lot of people felt, oh, this man is just trying to cause war. But I think it's a thing that every country needs to do: revisit trade agreements and change the way in which trade agreements are carried out, so that you are not at the losing end at the end of the day. You may be seen doing business, but it's a business favoring you. So like the news that we saw, that the trade between Nigeria has exceeded $20 billion. Oh, many people would rejoice and say, wow, you see, we're doing so well. China's presence in Nigeria is doing a lot of good. Yes, they've done good in some parts, but are we really benefiting as we should? So I think it's time for us to begin to engage those areas and begin to look at ways that it can be better. But we should not wait for China or any other country to industrialize us. We also have a responsibility to kickstart the process of industrialization. That's why we have our institutions. If it needs us, send them for some training. Because if we're waiting for these countries to hand us some technology by way of technology transfer, they have also devised means to ensure that, yes, you can have local content, but it does not, at the end of the day, result in technology transfer. Yeah, I'm told by my producer that we're out of time in this. We need to take a break. When we return to the time for us to look at the new development in the telecom sector. What group is adding its voice to the NLC in the protest against the 50% tariff hike approved by the Nigeria Communications Commission? Please stay. We'll talk about that after this break.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education, excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded
Many thanks for staying tuned to the front burners and Souq News TV. This time, let's talk about what's happening in the telecommunications sector. About a week ago, or we could say days ago, the Nigeria Communications Commission, NCC, approved a long-standing request of telcos, which is to increase tariff. They approved it by giving the approval that telcos could now implement a 50% tariff hike. Telcos had earlier demanded for 100% increase because, according to them, the operating cost was really heavy on them, and so to ensure sustainability of the sector, there had to be a tariff increase. Sometime in 2024, the CEO of one of the big players in the telecom industry in Nigeria had said it was either a tariff increase or the business would fold. And so, NCC has given to the telco operators what they had demanded. So far, the NLC, Nigeria Labour Congress, had protested against that approval, saying that they would boycott telecom services in the country. They are not alone in this. The Nigerian National Association of Telecom Subscribers, NATCOMS, has also said they would take legal action against NCC for that 50% approval given to telcos. What is the position of NATCOMS? Why have they arrived at that decision? We will find out as we talk with the national president of National Association of Telecom Subscribers, Mr. Adeolu Ogubanjo. He joins us virtually. Good morning. Welcome to the front burners.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you.
We're glad you could find time. Now, looking at the issues here, I had given a background of the issues, and the telco operators, telcos have given their reason for demanding for tariff increase. Against this backdrop, what is the reason behind the position of NATCOM towards the 50% tariff hike approval by the NCC?
Thank you very much. We must acknowledge the fact that since May 29, 2023, subsidy is gone. Dollarization we have to embrace. The electricity band tariff hike has been here, and passport price hike. Now, in addition to that, we are now looking at telecoms for the last half of 2024. Uncle Bismarck Rewani of Financial Derivatives and one other organization, I've forgotten now, they had a survey of the telecom sector, and they did say that the telecom sector is in intensive care, meaning that it needs some attention. Beyond that, the telcos now came as well, the telecom companies, all of them came to say, they came back to the table and said, come, we may be service shedding. You know, what that means is maybe this area will be having signals today and you know, tomorrow another area and vice versa, which will not be good for telecom sector at all and for our various subscribers. So with all that, we now looked at the telecom sector and said, well, maybe something needs to be done. However, we believe that some other things could be responsible for, you know, this lack of funds. For instance, the banks are owing the telecommunications industry through this USSD stuff. Yeah, and it runs into billions. Again, they are owing themselves, within themselves, they are owing themselves. That is to say that operator A may be owing operator B. Telco C may be owing Telco C. So what I'm saying, in effect, is what we are looking at is if they pay within themselves, if they pay themselves whatever they are owing, and the banks also pay the several billions they are owing the telecom operators. After all, the moment you use a USSD, they charge you immediately. And it's annoying that the banks, the banking industry is now trying to stifle the telecoms industry. One industry shouldn't stifle the other one. So, in a nutshell, all these we now looked at and say, okay, if you recover your debt from the banks and you pay yourselves, you should be having enough funds. So you needn't, harass operators with any increase. Now, the minister, I think early this month, yes, now said he will be, the telcos now said they will be demanding for 100% increase. I mean, they're in business, yes. They may say they want 500% increase, though no problem, but it is the regulator to now control them. So the minister now said, yes, he will grant some increases, but not 100%. Only to come last Monday to now look at a situation where they are now to grant, they have now approved 50% increase. It's a no-no for us. So because of that, and because of past engagements, we now looked at, okay, if all that is not enough, for instance, all the bankers to pay them, and then the intra-sectoral debts, then they can now go to the capital market to raise funds. Nigerians will invest. They could do initial public offerings and all that. Again, if that is now not enough, okay, since economic experts have said that the telecom sector is an ICU, is in intensive care, we may be looking at a 10%, the maximum of 10% tariff hike, which is very reasonable to us. And it will still be sustaining the industry. But a 50% tariff hike in the first swoop is a no-no for us.
Mr. You have rightly alluded to the fact that these organizations are businesses that need to be run and all of that. We used to hear, or we were hearing at some points, that it was going to be much more than 100%, because if you look at it broad strokes, they've come out to say that their operating costs and otherwise has run or is running or has run, beg your pardon, over 300%. And if you're going to hold on to that as it being anything, you also want to consider how they're going to level up. You've said a lot of things with regards to how they can raise funds, but reckon we've not seen this sort of, situation in a little over a decade now since we had increments and all of that. So we have 100% increments which they were asking for, which has been scaled down to 50%. Think about it this way. They intend to roll out further improvements infrastructure-wise. And if, based on what you have said, they cannot exactly lay their hands on the funds needed, don't you think it's, at this point in time, reasonable, I'll use that word quite deliberately, reasonable at 50%, considering how much running cost, expenditure there has been over the last decade since we had this sort of review?
Thank you very much.
Telcos are justifying
that they need to increase tariff. It's a sort of, the telecoms industry is a sort of, market oligopoly. All of them can decide and say, sorry, this is what we want, because, they have an association. Now, beyond that now is the fact that they may even ask for 500%. looks at their books. They're now telling us that, yes, it's 300, their running cost is now 300% more. Yes. Or, who wants to look at their books except themselves? And let me also tell you that for us, there isn't anything like, basically, what you are looking at, for instance, is a telecom company will come and tell you, sorry, I want to make X amount my tariff. However, nobody has the right to make excessive profit, but they can. You can buy anything at 1 naira and say we are selling at 10,000 naira. That is excessive profit, but exploitative profit is what we are looking at. So for NatComs, we are saying that a 10% increase, and the other options were upset. Okay, why are banks not paying them? Why are they not, paying themselves? With that, I must tell you that it's a situation where they need to at least look at this 10%, work on that, raise funds, and all that. So that is what we are saying.
Gubanjo, it's nice that you have spoken to some of these issues that are raising concern for both NatCom and the consumers out there. But also looking at it from the point of view of just going to the market to raise funds, also understanding that investors will want dividend at the end of the day. Will this kind of pricing be attractive to any investor? Having said to us this morning that the expert opinion that the telcos are in an intensive care and about to die, do you think that without reviewing these prices appropriately, that an investor will be willing to put money in that sector?
I'm telling you today, sir, understand that if they go public or they do initial public offerings, I'm telling you, sir, they will find investors. We want to invest in the telecom sector. So that aside, what about all the monies the banks are owing them? That is also another point. Then the intra-sectoral debts, that is within themselves, let them pay themselves so that at least they can have funds among themselves to run their business. So a situation where you are looking at they going public and Nigerians not buying it, I can assure you they will definitely invest. Nigerians are waiting to invest so that it will, because that's all we have. Let me also tell you, sir, the three basic needs are food, clothing, and shelter. The next one is communication. It is now a basic need. I'm telling you, sir. So it has to be.
I agree with you, Mr. Gubanjo, but also put into account what has happened to the economy in the last 13 years. And looking at the cost of basic infrastructure that, of course, this telco had to provide. Some of their masks, of course, they have to provide generator. Electricity today on Band A has drastically increased. Exchange rate is not friendly at all. And all these things are way far above 10%. How would they make profits?
To be very exact, sir, the last increase was in 2013. And they've been making profits until I think last year or something, there was no declaration of profit. All these profits they've been making over the years, they should plow it back. I quite agree that they're in business to make profit, but not excessive profit, not exploitative profit. So I must say, sir, that it is an industry that can never die. Let them also understand the fact that it will be a serious burden. All those other factors, yes, operational costs have increased and all that. We know. But let them at least try this 10% first. I mean, it will be too much. Cost of goods and services will rise again the moment 50% is granted. I can assure you, Nigerians will just harp on that and say, yes, I want to increase. And they will, and you know too. But we will want a 10% increase. Let me also tell you that we have engaged the Nigerian Communications Commission. We have actually pleaded with them. We have written a letter pleading to reverse from their 50% to 10%. That was on Friday. So we are waiting till tomorrow evening and then to get back to us on because they need to let us know whether they have listened to our cries, subscribers' cries, and if not, then on Wednesday we will have to start the court processes.
All right, you've mentioned a number of issues. Let me respond quickly to some of them and also ask you my next question. When you talked about the part of the banks paying the telcos what they owe, you understand there's a deadline for that, else the banks will be disconnected. Now, if you're asking that the NCC or the telcos rescind the tariff hike from 50% to 10%, bearing in mind what goes on into the operating costs, do you think that that would, at the end of the day, yield a positive outcome, given what they need? The NCC had said the driver for the agreement or its approval for the 50% hike was infrastructure upgrade. Currently, Nigeria is running on 4G. There are some areas where we have the 5G network technology in operation. But if we look at even the 4G that is widespread, we still have a long way to go in terms of coverage. If we're asking for better services as subscribers, shouldn't we allow what would enable the operators to run?
Definitely. We need good quality service. As subscribers, we want to of course, allow them to improve, their network service quality. However, that does not now mean they should now punish subscribers by this additional 50% tariff hike. It is a no-no, sir. I'm sorry. Whatever it is, try 10%. You can reschedule. Yes, I learned they're owing about 1.5 trillion or something. Yes, you can rejig these things. They are in business. Telecoms is here to stay. And I must tell you that once they try this 10% increase, plus the other options were given, the banks have paid up and all that. The intersectoral debts are paid. Plus, all this will take, the moment they now start to do these IPOs and capital market situations or go to the stock exchange, all that, what we're looking at is maybe another 2-3 months. And you will see that they will have funds to operate. And with that, they will definitely improve quality of service.
Okay, now let me ask, should the letter that your association has written to telcos, if it doesn't come back with a positive response, you head to the court, and you've listed a number of basic necessities, and from what you've listed, telecom services falls in number 4, meaning it is a necessity. So even when NLC said we're going to boycott telecom services, that seemed like it's not going to even work because it's not possible given the time and age that we live in. What will be your next line of action should all of this avenue to try to force the hand of the telcos to make a reversal in terms of the tariff If it fails, what do you plan to do?
Thank you very much. On NLC, we have stated our case that we won't want a situation where the telecom sector is messed up. I mean, the current government, they're trying to, bring in investors to Nigeria. And by the time you now start boycotting services as NLC seem to want to, direct, it will send wrong signals to investors. And these are businesses. And also, again, I must say that telecoms, the telecom sector is the best example Nigeria can always point to when you look at privatization. Other sectors have actually messed up, but the telecoms industry has been a perfect example any nation will be proud of, and it's been there since 2001. So for NLC, they should please underscore all these situations about protests. Let's handle it in a civil manner as it should be handled. Now, coming back to what you have said, we have appealed to them, though there was a meeting called by the NCC January 9 in Abuja, which we also had. They called all stakeholders. And what that meeting did, January 9, about us 2 weeks or so ago, what we did there was to ensure that we stated our various positions. NCC stated theirs, all the other stakeholders stated their positions. But for us, we also, told them directly that we will definitely, we want them to look at a 10% increase. So that happened January 9. And shockingly, by just a week ago, yes, last Monday, we now had about this 50% increase. So in a nutshell, we hope they will listen to the voice of the subscribers. We have written, that is the NCC, we have written to the NCC, and we hope that they will, hear the plea of the subscribers nationwide. But if that now does not happen, we have no other choice but to seek a legal redress, in the court of law.
Now, Mr. Ogunbanjo, you had, in some of your media comments or briefings, alluded to some positions that you were not carried along by the major stakeholders, as it were. Now, you just said that you were part of some meeting. Was this complaint before or after, that particular meeting, down to the recent one, before the 50% was agreed upon? That's the first question. Now, the second question is regarding what you had mentioned before that time, with regards to profit-making, or profit-taking, if you like, by these telcos. Interestingly, recently, a lot of them have been running at a loss. And that's, it's there on the record, as it were. So the talk about them having made profits over these years, perhaps that is true, but only in part. Now the question is, or the second question here is, now that NACOMS is advocating for a 10% increment, let's for a second take a look at the economy broadly. You have the services sector. The average nano business or micro business has increased their fees or increased their cost, as it were, because of what they have to incur by way of keeping the lights on. That has applied to every aspect. Even the POS, the POS merchant is no longer taking a particular amount for their service charge. They have doubled it, or maybe half doubled it, as the case may be. Now, if you consider all of that, and then you're advocating for a 10% increment, what if, I'm just spitballing here, what if it happens? What if it is realized? And then months down the line, we start to see a much worse performance, if you like, than the already ailing connections we have, because we need connectivity for pretty much everything that we do. That we're speaking with you here and now is because of connectivity. So what if we have it worse, and then they have a good position to come out and say, listen, the reason you have this is because we did not achieve our aim at getting either 100% or getting the 50% which was agreed upon. That would at that point be germane for them to use as an excuse, don't you think, sir? So, let's talk about my first and my second question.
So the first one, please remind me.
Yes, the first one was your involvement, that's your organization's involvement with the roundtable meetings that happened much earlier when this conversation started. Now, I'm marrying that with some of your attributions or some of your allusions to the fact that NACOMS wasn't particularly carried along. That's the first question.
Thank you. We obviously were carried along. Only January 9th, this month. We're still in January 2025. So January 9th, and this agitation has been on since last year, remember? So that was maybe why NCC now thought it fit. Let me call these stakeholders to a roundtable to Jojo. And then that was what we did. Every stakeholder stated their cases. And no decision was reached. It was only last Monday, but although we've had the Honorable Minister, like I said earlier, saying that, yes, he will not grant a 100% increase as demanded by the operators, but that there will be an increase. So, and that was all, So, yes, we were carried along, but we just stated our cases, on January 9th, both the NCC government and other stakeholders, they were there. But January, I mean, what was a week ago, which is 7 days ago, now said that they will approve 50%, which was a shock to a number of us. So we were carried along, yes, but that to the extent that we stated, all stakeholders stated whatever their position was. So that was it. The second one, sorry, remind me, sir.
The second one is, I asked it quite directly. I'm saying, I'm asking, with this 10%, this figure rather that you're pushing, that NATCOMS is pushing, and of course the NLC, as the case may be, what if it does scale through? What if that is what we see happening? What if the telcos decide, you know what, let's bite the bullet and accept this? What happens long term when we still cannot, enjoy, if you like, seamless connectivity? As I mentioned earlier, and I'm going to reiterate, the fact that we're speaking with you now is because of connectivity, and thankfully it's in order, it's seamless. So what if they come out and say, you know what, we wanted a particular thing, but we didn't get it, or a particular figure, and we didn't get it because of the intervention of this, that, and the other. Now, we have only managed to paper over the cracks with what we were able to make from the 10% increase or increment, as the case may be. So whatever you see, take it as it is. We're already suffering that with the increment of electricity tariffs, as it were. For the Band A users, they're not even enjoying 20 hours of electricity, to the best of my knowledge, because I'm a Band A user. So, put all of that in perspective. Would they, at that point in time, be justified to make that claim, considering the fact that what they're talking about, as my colleague and I earlier said, is to upgrade current infrastructure as it is, constituted, or as we know it to be?
Thank you very much, sir. To upgrade their system, they need funds. Agreed. Start with 10%. There are these other options to raise funds. Start with 10%. Then, I've told you earlier, in a 3 months period, the industry will not collapse. The 10% will start February 1, according to the NCC, or the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy. So he said it will start February. So by next week, or in fact, I think Saturday.
Some connection.
It will be February 1, 10%. Hello? Sorry?
Mr. Gubanjo, you can go ahead, please. Okay, we seem to have been disconnected, or because I think he was having network challenge. That's what we're talking about.
I was going to ask Gubanjo, really, he talks about nobody is looking at their book to see whether they're making profit. I wanted just to find out from him if they have a different data set that suggests that the pricing at the moment is still profitable for NCC, because it's not just about going to the market to raise funds and put in a venture that will be sinking. It's about that I am investing in telco, for example, and they float a public offer today and said, oh, I want to buy a stock from here, I want to buy stock from here, and 10 years down the line, there's no dividend coming, and they are coming back to the market like a certain operator is doing now, raising paper fund on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, to be able to sustain operation. So which is far better for us? Is it that we pay more and get service, or we allow this sector to die, like Nigeria has done, and then we say, oh, well, we are advocating for the masses. So I think it's really neither here nor there, and I think we need to sit and see what cost is coming into for telco. Federal government has said minimum wage is 70,000 naira per worker, and I think telcos are not included. So for every security man that is manning their generator on the mask would need to be paid. And of course, the staffs in the office are also having so much to take away from this money to provide the services to Nigeria. And I think for the interest of the country itself, we must have to do proper pricing so that companies are not folding up or leaving Nigeria, and then our youths remaining jobless.
One question that I would have asked Mr. Ogubanjo if poor network had not interrupted the conversation. You know, this is, like Dr. you say, these are the issues. We're talking about network here, and we're seeing the effect of poor network. Would NatComs be willing to renegotiate? So if telcos say, we can't do 10%, but maybe we can come down to 40%, would they be willing to accept? Now, if you talk about the subscribers, what they will have to pay more, I'll say that subscribers also have businesses for which they have implemented price increase. So if they had done that, what is good for the goose, we say is good for the gander. So should we expect that an industry that had its last tariff review in 2013 not be able to do same 12 years after, when the price of goods and services that they rely on for their own productivity has changed? I think it would not be fair. And then I want to say that maybe what we should be concentrating more is how to ensure that there is increase in infrastructure investment in service delivery. NCC said the key driver for that approval was to close the infrastructure gap. So perhaps the efforts should be channeled to holding the telcos accountable to ensure that there is improvement, and this improvement is seen in better services, because businesses would suffer when there is poor services. It might just be penny wise, pound foolish at the end of the day.
And here we are seeing a practical manifestation of what we're talking about, with the connection going off on Mr. Adeolu, whom we were speaking with. But, you know, these are the problems. We have a connectivity, we still have a connectivity deficit in terms of, you know, total coverage, because there is from last year, there was a couple of percentage, upward notch from 41%, I reckon, to about 84%, beg your pardon. And so what they're looking to do by way of, what they want to carry out with regards to upgrade and all of that is to bump us up to 98%. And now that 98%, we're going to be talking about a much wider area where more commercial activities go on, talking about the urban settlements, as it were. But if you look at the other end of the spectrum, the outbacks, or if you want to call them the rural settlements, they have less people in that bracket. There's about 48% population in the bracket. So there needs to be more, stretch. There needs to be more reach to cover the hinterlands and all of that. And you have technology, or you have telecommunications, as you mentioned, and rightly so, powering a lot of what we do, whether it is in the service sector, whether it's anywhere at all. And for all of that to happen, these companies or these telcos need to make sure that they can actually keep the lights on. In fact, I don't think any business person likes to run on a loss. So it's important that both the NatComs, the NLC, and even Nigerians generally realize that this is actually necessary. It's not convenient, but it's something we have to do.
Well, while the NCC has approved a 50% tariff hike for telcos, the protest or those who are asking for a reversal of that decision is an emerging development. So as there are updates to that, we bring it to you. We thank our virtual guest on the show today, Mr. Aderelu Ogubanjo, who is the National President, National Association of Telecom Subscribers, NatComs, for your time and contributions on the show today. It's time for Posts and Perspectives with Evelyn Oyole. Please stay.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to Posts and Perspectives. My name is Evelyn Ohiole and bring to you views and perspectives as we have it on social media, Instagram, X, Facebook, TikTok, and ensure that you are following Souq News Television on our different social media platforms at Souq News TV. Now let's get right into it. My very first story this morning is on the news making the rounds that the trade volume between Nigeria and China in 2024 exceeded $20 billion, and this is according to the Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Yung Dunhai. Let's see what people make of this particular story. Tunde says, with our population, we shouldn't be the third largest trading partner with China. It says, we are so poor. Nwago says, let us feel the effects. It's not just about, talking about money. How can we feel the effect of this $1 billion that we're talking about? And Prolific at Kolawole Toluwa 11 says, what happened to the Naira swap with China? I thought the policy was supposed to strengthen the Naira. Now, of course, I do not do this alone. I try to have a conversation with my guys in the studio. You know what it is. And for this particular story, I will be pushing the mic to David. David, what do you think? This, this trade volume between Nigeria and China, do you think it's a plus for us? And also a plus, is it a win-win situation? Let me just ask that. Is it a win-win situation?
It's not a win-win situation. If anything, it's a win-loss situation. The winners here being China, because you have more Chinese presence here in Nigeria than you have more Nigerian presence in China, even though we have a trade, settlement, so to speak, in China there. It's been like that for as many decades as one can possibly count. And what has always been the order of the day is that we deal with these people with what we have. We give them our primary product or primary goods, and what they serve us back is, the finished product, which again feeds back into the age-long argument of why we haven't particularly done well enough in our coffers to produce what we should produce and then increase exports to other parts of the world, not just China, as the case may be. Then, of course, if you look at what we do here by way of, what we've done rather, by way of infrastructure over the years, it's been centered around China because they have the leading construction establishment in the world, actually. And by contract numbers, Nigeria happens to be the largest market for Chinese construction, again, on the continent. So that just tells you what you need to know. So we give them the money to do these things, and then at the end of the day, it's our money going away. I don't want to allude it to capital flight and all of that, but therein lies the problem. So if there's any conversation about win-win or win-loss, I think we'll be at the lower end of the spectrum because it doesn't seem like we're getting in much. It's more or less China being China, essentially.
All right, and that also speaks to the fact that we are a consuming nation. We do not do more of the production. Thank you so much, David. We'll move on to the next story this morning. FG, the federal government approves 4 billion naira conditional cash transfer for vulnerable households. Let's see how Nigerians are taking this. This particular one is from Badaba Road Survivor, who says, in simple terms, FG seeks to distribute about 5.2 trillion naira, almost 40% of the total amount budgeted for capital expenditure in the 2025 budget to 75 million Nigerians without a strategy to mitigate theft and demonstrate impact on the economy. Recall that in April 14, 2024, the EFCC published a statement that read in part, and I quote, at the outset of investigation, past and suspended officials of the Humanitarian Ministry were invited by the Commission, and investigation into the alleged fraud involving them have yielded the recovery of 32.7 billion naira and $445,000 so far. End of quote. If the people directly responsible for this humongous corruption are still moving about freely and the administration and party they represent have moved on, what do you think will happen to this money? Discuss. Let's see what other people make of this particular one. Wale Okpemikpo says, do not give out cash times 100. I mean, it's sounding the alarm there. It says, please use the 4 billion naira to upgrade some of the primary health care centers around the affected areas and give them free access to medications and consultations. Cash transfer is a sultry way to encourage looting, no matter the strategy devised. And this one is from Adanyi Teso, who says, what is the condition and how do we know that this fund transfer is really going to the right individuals? These and many more questions that demand an answer. And One Love says, another inflation. Why not give knowledge and tools after training even if na animal farming, don't give cash again. Moving to doctor, a lot of people do not believe in this conditional cash transfer.
Just add me to the number.
I should add? No, doctor, you're not a vulnerable citizen, are you?
Please just add me to the number.
Are you? And you know what they say about doing the same thing over and over again and expecting to get a different result? They say it's the #1 law of madness.
Yeah, that is how Einstein defined insanity. And I think that is what it's actually looking like. There's so much that we can do with 4 billion. My expectation is simple. The government can decide to give these vulnerable people a HMO, for example, and pump the money into the industry, into the insurance industry.
Okay, yeah.
And give every household so that when they are having basic sickness, they can go to the primary health care center and then they take medication. That sounds better than transferring cash
to people.
To them. And we know that that cash cannot buy a half bag of rice, let alone oil and pepper.
True.
So people will value it, that avoidable deaths in the form of malaria, fever, and the rest of it can actually be taken care of by this fund if the federal government can decide to put this money and register these vulnerable people on this insurance program. And that works better than giving cash in the hands of a person. Otherwise, we can allow people form themselves into cooperative society, farming cooperative society, could be any kind of cooperative society, and then government empowers some microfinance banks where these people can actually have access to this fund and then do a lot of things for themselves and make profit and have a better life than waiting year on year on what government is going to send to them to alleviate their condition. I think our environment is so just blessed that we cannot be depending on this conditional cash transfer, that people must be encouraged to be industrious, and that's the only way that society can progress.
All right, thank you, Doc. Before I move on to my next story, let me move on to David. What do you think? There are people who believe that this cash transfer is not something new. Some countries actually, do this. So why is there a force about conditional cash transfer in Nigeria? What if we have a new strategy to ensuring that this produce the right results?
There is no mild way to put it. If it works in Rome and works in Persia, it doesn't mean it's going to work in Nigeria.
Okay.
It's just that simple. And again, we've seen it. It never works. It's never adequate. Like Doctor said, and like pretty much every other Nigerian has said, how much are these monies worth? How much can they buy? How much can they put on the, how much food rather, can they put on the table of vulnerable Nigerians, the ones we call that, whom for all intents and purposes, we still have, an iffy data with regards to who these people are, where they are, and whether or not they can be reached. The jury is still out on that. So it's a catch-22 situation as to whether or not to go on with it or to channel it into other, if you like, other more productive, channels, so to speak. One of which Doctor has mentioned, which is HMOs. Another one could be setting up a capacity building, if you like, arrangement, so that these people are upskilled, so that they are trained on certain things to do. Think about it this way. You and I are here because of what we're being trained to do. The average rural settlement dweller who doesn't have any formal education and all they know is naira and kobo, how to trade and all of that. What do they know how to do? That's where you come in. That's where these interventions come in. That's where you channel these monies into. Go to those places and make sure that you set something up that would set them up permanently. We all know from elementary school the saying or the axiom that goes, teach a man to fish. How do they say it again?
Do not give me fish.
Don't give me fish. Teach me how to fish. God bless you. Thank you very much for that one. So that's exactly what needs to be done. And for some reason, it feels like those at the helm of affairs of power have not really focused on teaching the people how to fish. They just want to dole out fish. And there's a school of thought that it's been deliberate, decade after decade after decade, to weaponize the situation so that, they can exploit it
All right.
to their own favor.
Okay.
So, thoughts are here and there with regards to that.
Thank you so much, David. Let's move on to the next story this morning. And yesterday, the world marked the International Day of Clean Energy. And of course, this particular statement is from the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who says, and I quote him, "This year, renewables are projected to become the world's largest source of electricity generation. Meanwhile, their prices keep plummeting. This International Day of Clean Energy, let's commit to an era of clean energy with speed, justice, and collaboration." And of course, you can see investing in clean energy means, it says, fewer carbon emissions, less air pollution, improved health, thriving nature, more jobs, cheaper energy, a livable planet. Break up with fossil fuels, he says. Let's see what people make of this. A revolutionary son says clean energy isn't just the future. It's the present reshaping our world. As renewables take the lead in electricity generation, let's accelerate this transformation with equity, innovation, and collective action. Together, we can power a sustainable tomorrow. And this one is from Ray Smith, who says, countries with the most renewables have the highest energy bills. Why are you lying? Okay, let me take doctor's impression of this particular story on the International Day of Energy, and also the UN Secretary General trying to promote renewables as the future for electricity generation. There are people who believe that it's supposed to be cheaper. I mean, it's natural. So why are we still having more of these renewables expensive even than what we use for generation, electricity generation?
Yeah, it has to be quite expensive.
Why?
And that's because, number one, the technology is alien to Africa.
Okay.
And we have to buy this technology from those who own it. And they are selling to us at premium because actually what is driving their economy as we speak. And, and it was to that extent that, of course, Donald Trump called it a scam. That it was a one-sided agreement entered into in Paris. Against what the benefits of some other countries are. I think that it's not something that is Africans should be desperate about. We can follow the narrative. It will create jobs. How many jobs that will create compared to what already we have is one issue that we will have to argue about from here to eternity. There's so much that is coming to Africa, and given our gap in terms of infrastructure, we should use what we have to get what we want at the moment, and not stay our life on potentials.
All right, thank you. Man in blue. It's a Blue Monday, isn't it? All right, that's the show this morning. Of course, stick around. It's going to be TC Barra giving you all the updates you need to know in the ever-bubbling world of sports. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. We see you tomorrow.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
That you are tuned in to halftime right here on the front burner, Souq News Television. Started with some tennis stories. Of course, the Australian Open is wrapped up in grand style, and Yannick Sinner retained his Australian Open title with an emphatic 6-3, 7-6, 6-3 win over Alexander Zverev on Sunday. The 23-year-old dropped only 2 sets during the year's first major tournament. And the beautiful thing about it is he earned $2.2 million for the title. Zverev made $1.2 million and is still seeking his first slam after losing for a third time in the final of one. For the year, Sinner has made $19.7 million in an official tournament winnings. And of course, bonuses. He also earned $6 million for an unofficial event in Saudi Arabia, which is the Six Kings Slam. The earnings have hold his revenue is now the second highest for a single season after Novak Djokovic's dominant 2015, which included 11 titles and $21.1 million in winnings. Still talking about tennis, on Saturday, American Madison Keys won her first Grand Slam title, beating top-ranked Aryna Sabalenka in 3 sets. Keys triumphed in Melbourne and and a hefty $2,198,928, and that's from the tournament's record of $60.9 million prize pool. A lot of money going in there. We saw Sabalenka take home $1.1 million. Iga Swiatek and Paula Badosa each received $691,092 after being eliminated in the semifinals. Keys' victory has pushed her career prize haul to more than $21 million, according to the WTA, including $170,815 earned already during the most recent 2025 season. From tennis to sailing, Ben Ansley has parted ways with Britain's America's Cup team, and that's after his third attempt to, captain his country to the trophy, which ended in a failure back then in October. So we saw Ineos, Britannia, and Sir Ben, who could not find an agreement on terms to move forward following the conclusion of the 37th America's Cup in Barcelona. So there were, some sort of hopes that Britain bankrolled the tune of £100 million. You saw the billionaire Jim Ratcliffe, who is also a part owner of Manchester United, hoping that they could win the old mug for the first time in Barcelona. But more change we hear is expected as the sports portfolio of Ineos, has emerged, emerged from that split. and will launch a new America's Cup Challenger team. Ineos's boss, Ratcliffe, who owns, a couple of teams and sported outfits, including the cycling team, and of course, Manchester United, like I mentioned, where he runs a soccer operation, is saying he will focus now on building a boat for the next staging of the historic sailing competition. And some money has exchanged hands as Disney continued to be definitely losing some money ever since their 2023 venture, posting a wider operating loss of $1.38 billion. Disney had expected to lower its $1.06 billion operating loss from 2022 after cutting costs and hiking subscription fees in its key markets. We also hear that Sir Leonard Blavatnik, the founder of Disney's principal shareholder Access Industry, has injected about $827 million into Disney, taking its total investment in the sports streaming service to more than $6.7 billion. And according to the Financial Times here, it's expected that the revenue for this organization will surpass $6 billion in 2025, which is driven in part by additional income from its $2.2 billion acquisition of an Australian pay TV giant, Foxtel. And it's reported that deal went through for $1 billion. Still talking about deals, this time around, a player, French international Antoine Griezmann, has signed a new boot deal with Decathlon. Cripster, the French brand owned by sporting goods retailer Decathlon, has strengthened its presence after that announcement as Antoine Griezmann as the brand ambassador. Cripster will serve as the official boot supplier of the 33-year-old, who is currently with the Spanish La Liga team Atletico de Madrid. And having won Puna for over a decade, Griezmann has opted for the Northern French brand and its Cripster line, which he had already been using for several months with the CLR models of boots. And of course, that announcement solidifies the news that had circulated in the media for a while. And to one of the biggest exchanges that happened over the weekend, the confirmation of the signing by Chelsea, and that's a French female footballer setting a new world record by signing over $1 million in transfer record. Chelsea has made Naomi Grimmer the first female $1 million player, and has signed United States defender. It's on a long-term deal for a world record transfer. £900,000, about $1.12 million, just a little above the thresh mark, with Grimmer, who was presented to a crowd at Stamford Bridge. Over 34,000 spectators came out to see her unveiled at Chelsea, who, by the way, beat Arsenal, winning them by a lone goal. So that fee tops €685,000, which is over £700,000 that the women's team BFC paid for Zambia's Rachel Kundanaji, and that was in February 2024. I've been asked to hand over to Blessing. I mean, who else would I be doing that to? That's the size of the package right here on Halftime. Many thanks to you for watching. My name is TC Barra from Bonner Continues. Halftime comes back tomorrow. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, TC, for the sports updates. We'll call it a wrap here today. Tomorrow will be another time for you to join us on the front burners. I am Blessing Aiche, and from David.
Thank you very much for watching today's edition of the program. We'll be here as always tomorrow to continue conversations that affect you and, well, us here.
Doc?
Idawos Samaze here. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow as we put the issues as they burn on the table.
There are more programs that you would enjoy on Souq News TV, so we ask that you stay.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are not far from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Otumete City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria (UACN) in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter, both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take 2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of man.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past President of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association (NECA), Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry (LCCI), and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management (NIM). He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Enri Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Wede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba I of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades. And it's in the system. You know how the line goes. When they're in the system and no telling. So Sam is here and we want to really talk his life, you know, his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business. And I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, maybe I'll tell them.
You want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list, But now parents are enrolling children.
They're pushing their kids to it. Yeah.
They're buying them whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars, stuff.
Yeah.
So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid, right? And so for me, it's that,
and it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me. Because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day. We find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
About impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. We're talking the Bono Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing and talking to a few people, talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that.
Yep.
So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake? Massive cake.
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow, but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people, and it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't falter where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right effort, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obiasika, Tola Akerele, who's DG of Tourism, of Culture, Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting positively having listed these names? And what they're doing or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I would go back to say is that, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy-nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for Eons.
So it's not just, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angela Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry. For our movies, we don't have enough cinemas. What are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to, to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy continues to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys, music and content. Yes. You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid. I do. Right? I love this, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who was a busker.
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames. Yes. Come on, you have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content, and and this also represents a huge shift and a huge to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity, but likewise those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property. Yes. Right. On a very show like this, in the mall, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. True. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights. I agree. The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to play music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged. The creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now, we're talking 0.0001% to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed.
Yeah.
Like you're saying now. So how do we Is it just we talk about it to shed light? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done.
Yep.
But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So, to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money, right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Focus on the art. Focus on the business.
On the art. Sort this stuff. Get out of the fighting. The money is there. You're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars. We need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It wasn't even made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way. Me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You something, you have
whatever
it for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You have it for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did, some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you have done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Niger boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that easy.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa. We had, the name's gonna escape me. I'm an old guy, please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented, we had North Africa represented, and we had over over 500 million views of that show.
Really?
Right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter. We were covered in Variety. We were covered in Music Business Worldwide, and we're covered in Pulse.
Why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope is going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February.
2025.
February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage. It's beautiful. It's Hollywood-esque.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it right. They, the VMAs
or the lights.
It's just it's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it. And that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while. So we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. But it's a Nigerian award. What do you think about that?
Without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa. Right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing. Right, that they're part of us, whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call. That we wanted them to feel and experience that, and that's what IO did. Right, he's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it. Right, so I reject that it was a one-way thing, and IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years. Sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does crucial it for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it. And not just our awards. We just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in
Very
Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week. Because we extended, it wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board, we're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay,
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help? Or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap. But technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently. Whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels. We have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is a streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all watching here.
True.
More as much as anything. So, we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to, I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Naija, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up. Right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Yeah. Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
Looking back, my village is nice. I mean, urban, it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, in the community. And so, my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, in the family. So, usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You can wake up at 5, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When at the Lagos State University where I am now, when I walk out, you have this, what they call these gardeners, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. The question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You have to be productive, and that's what they call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. For the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. It used to be called St. John's. But by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. And from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education. In the then Bender State, You know, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. You know, we were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, you know, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. You know, today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, you know, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You know, you have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM, must have written JAM about 3 times. You know, you write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bende. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bende State University when it was created, you know, Brusali, you know. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona, who was, I think he was a lecturer in Brusali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me. You know, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something, it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then and of course Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, and disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And remember, I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's, thesis. You know, so the other part of me, which was innate, was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. You know, everybody was leaving. So made about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat that, we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, call our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, use all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably it's already an indictment. And those days in the inspectorate, they asked questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and allow the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into Ramo literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Momodu. He's now my resident. You know, he graduated from University, then the University of Ife, and he was lucky to privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. A few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Frederick Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. You know, science and its relation to social life. So, literature, Communist Manifesto. The other one was Anti-Durin, also by the Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So, by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, you know, and all of that. So, when I left Ekpoma for Lagos, you know, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, belonged to those radical movement. There was one Fed man, those days we call it Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association.
It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary. You know, even though I was 40, you know, at that time. And what we did by, you know, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership. Writing minutes, you know, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that period. Until I entered the University of Lagos. Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we ended up establishing what we call Marxist-Leninist group. There were these radical guys who came from Quadatech, Bengal, who ran for the presidency under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoye, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in you had Bla Mohammed, who was a lecturer in Unimed, where he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Yepe, you know, there was Anti Kanabe, a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The Unilag Student Union was banned, you know, during that period. So we sustained the union. I brought the union back by launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in Unilag. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And you know, there's always contestation. The management wanted somebody who would be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So with that, the first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madam Timmy Phillips. At Atlanta, died, God bless his soul, you know, to become the union president. I ran, after Madam Timmy, I think I ran for the presidency, you know, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyanze is also late now, you know. That led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, you know, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falano. You know, so, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled our favor by asking the question, this is discipline under the law. Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, you know. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. You know, so the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my result was when it was eventually released. You know, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I deployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, you know, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north, you know. And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Okunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We redeployed back, you know, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises. Renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for the Guardian, you know, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Tomoloju, you know, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism, you know. So I was reporting for the Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed. And Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call the Victims. You know, I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. You know, I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So, few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Birmingham prisons for 1 year. You know, I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course, the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all. You know, and my chairman was taken away. Beko was taken to Katsina prison also. We were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transferred to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbaka as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across all the 60 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of Souq, many prominent people, Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of Souq, of that center. Orelokpe, who is in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, for training in the Souq called Summer School of Governance. So there I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, and I rose through the rank to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, it's liberating. It's about how to transform the society, and it's about underscoring the problems that the continent faces. And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. IMF, World Bank, and the gas problem. And I also wrote, of course, a detailed volume on globalization and the fringe players. The way it affects the global south. I did that. And just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You know, you must at each point in time define, you know, your role. One of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, you know, and we don't know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? You know, it means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, you know, help to fight them. You know, you have to subvert them so that people can, you know, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that the power of conviction, one, and it's, when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you know, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. You know, it doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, you know, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, you know, and the social nexus, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if 10th cousin, and you complain, he can share some of his, you know, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. You know, so self-reliance is very important. You know, and I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. You know, they need to, you know, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, you know, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, you know, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, you know, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Issa Sage was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odial Femu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitution making, you have what we call, there's what we call a people's led kind of process of making constitution. You know, that means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the Constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for, so that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be, of course, embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, taught about. That was why I was shocked that Abiy could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever want to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiy trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down a constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I thought it was almost about 50%, of resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was the problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the states. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Kwerimadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that more powers should be devolved to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. And which other one, railway, is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. Largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about, because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out. All of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. State had, Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today. They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU Zaria. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other, sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not, prioritized. So that has created problems, between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy, happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, but creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, ASU has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And ASU doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document ASU produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was ASU that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. ASU provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. ASU said, look, the nature of the federal, I mean, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. ASU then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So ASU will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what ASU does, you know. And I would say that ASU is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, you know, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. You know, some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university because research, product of research, you know, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, you know, survives on royalty, you know, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. You know, and Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all. Except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, you know, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, you know, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, I mean, we're very solid and strong. Attracting international, you know, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like BJ Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you know, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, you know, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. You know, it is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, you know, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, you know, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are leaving in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
breaks a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) in Kano State, where she worked as an all-day trainee at Akintola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Souq Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Souq SA and Guarantee Trust back in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from her entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France. GTB plc, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jewelry Limited and Cabri Nigeria plc. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015 following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja. She became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Ukuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space networking, and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university counselors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And the thought, since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exton University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage, okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat, okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of Xenox Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, Xenox Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing Xenox's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company Xenox made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Akers' strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by Xenos in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with Xenos retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Ake's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I Scheme providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Eke's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur. He hasn't started, he has expensive cars. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello and welcome to the news on Souq News Television Lagos. I am David Chiedu. First, the headlines. Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment plans nationwide MSME census in 2025. South African rand slips ahead of key economic decisions. Bank of Singapore boosts Dubai team with 6 new appointments. And Trump's call on OPEC to reduce prices. Many thanks for joining us. Now to the news in detail. The federal government has secured $700 million investment in compressed natural gas CNG and electric vehicles for 2024. Special Advisor on Energy Oluverhaishin says the incentives introduced by President Tinubu are driving significant progress in Nigeria's energy sector. These reforms have attracted major commitments, including a $5 billion investment in the Bonga North oil project and a $500 million gas project in the Ubeta field. The initiatives also aim to scale clean energy use, with gas playing a central role in electrification and industrial manufacturing. In the power sector, Verhaishin noted that a presidential metering initiative was launched in 2024 to bridge the country's metering gap. 2027, supported by 700 billion naira in fresh investment. A Nigerian spent $2.3 billion on foreign education and health services in the first 9 months of 2024, despite a 30% depreciation of the naira, marking a 26% increase. Recent data from the Central Bank of Nigeria reveals spending on foreign education rose by 26.5% to $1.8 billion, while foreign health expenditures increased by 24.8% to $465.67 million. And the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment has unveiled plans to conduct a nationwide census of micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, in 2025. Minister of the Ministry, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, in the FMITI 2025 Outlook, described the census as a vital step towards establishing a data-driven roadmap for empowering MSMEs. She emphasized that 2025 will be a year of impactful reforms aimed at accelerating industrialization, digitalization and innovation. Oduwole also highlighted the ministry's focus on economic diversification, trade revenue growth and investment mobilization. Key initiatives include rehabilitating export zones, promoting tech advancement and aligning trade strategies to support an export-led economy. Meanwhile, Minister of State Senator John Enoh reiterated efforts to strengthen the Nigerian automotive industry and expand agro-processing zones while pushing for sustainable industrial growth. And elsewhere, telecommunications operators in Nigeria are awaiting detailed guidelines from the NCC, the Nigerian Communications Commission, that is, regarding the controversial 50% tariff hike set to take effect in February. The NCC is expected to release a determination document that will define the framework and conditions for implementing the new tariff structure. Under the new policy, telecom companies can adjust prices within the tariff bands, ranging from 6 naira 40 kobo to 50 naira, as per the NCC's 2013 cost study. Tony Emokpere, president of the Association of Telecommunications Companies of Nigeria, said that the adjustments comes after over a decade of unchanged rates, despite rising operational costs due to inflation and exchange rate fluctuations. However, while operators have requested a 100% hike to cover increasing expenses, the NCC approved only a 50% increase. The National Association of Telecom Subscribers has called for a reduction of the hike to 10%, threatening legal action if their demands are not met by January 29, 2025. Now to economic news. Nigeria has achieved a major milestone with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, announcing a $6 billion current account surplus for the first half of 2024. This achievement is credited to bold reforms led by CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso, along with progress in domestic refining, non-oil export and remittance inflows. Key measures include the unification of exchange rates under the investors and exporters forex window, the introduction of the willing buyer, willing seller model, and the launch of the electronic foreign exchange matching system. These reforms have enhanced transparency, enabling the repatriation of over $9 billion in capital and dividends by investors within the past year. The bank also allowed international oil companies to sell 50% of their FX proceeds domestically, boosting liquidity in the market. Monthly remittances doubled from $300 million in 2023 to nearly $600 million by August of 2024, driven by innovative policies like the non-resident bank verification number registration. You're still watching the news on Souq News Television. Still to come, South African rand slips ahead of key economic decisions. More details on this story after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now to South Africa. The rand began the week on a weaker note, trading at 18.50 against the dollar as of 6:57 GMT this morning, approximately 0.5% lower than its previous close. The dip comes ahead of a crucial week filled with both domestic and international economic data releases, and elsewhere, investors are closely watching interest rate decisions from the U.S. Federal Reserve expected midweek and the South African Reserve Bank, SARB, which will announce its first rate decision of 2025 on Thursday. Now, while global markets anticipate the Federal Reserve will hold rates steady, local focus shifts to the SARB, where economists forecast a 25 basis point rate cut, potentially bringing rates down to 7.50%. However, the outlook remains cautious amid economic uncertainties, including fiscal policy challenges, Eskom's tariff hikes, and the global concerns influenced by U.S. economic strategies. The ripple effects of these developments are evident in South Africa's financial markets. Early trading saw the yield on the benchmark 2030 government bond rise by 6.5 basis points to 9.045%. As global investors monitor U.S. economic moves, domestic stakeholders remain attuned to how these interest rates decisions will shape the South African economy in the weeks ahead. And elsewhere, Sudan's army chief, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, made a high-profile visit to the General Command headquarters of central Khartoum this Sunday. This marks his first appearance at the site since the military claimed to have lifted a months-long siege by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF. The general, accompanied by senior military leaders, commended the soldiers for their resilience and vowed to pursue the RSF in every corner of Sudan. The General Command had been under siege since the conflict began the army, and the RSF erupted in 2023. On Friday, the Sudanese military announced that it had successfully broken the RSF blockade, claiming this as a pivotal moment in the two-year war. However, the RSF dismissed the claims as propaganda. Meanwhile, reports of heavy fighting continue in key regions, including Omdurman and El Fasher, as civilians face worsening humanitarian conditions. International observers have raised alarms over escalating violence and its toll on civilians. And the United Nations and humanitarian groups are calling for an end to attacks on healthcare facilities and a peaceful resolution to the crisis. In real estate news, the Abu Dhabi Real Estate Center, ADREC, has reported a remarkable 24.2% rise in real estate transactions in 2024 compared to the previous year. With a total of 28,249 transactions, the market's value surged by 10.45%, reaching 96,200 million dirhams. This growth reflects Abu Dhabi's expanding appeal as a global investment hub. The Emirate recorded over 16,700 sales transactions worth 58.5 billion dirhams and 11,500 mortgage transactions valued at 37.7 billion dirhams. Additionally, 38 off-plan projects were launched and 12 major developments were completed, focusing on innovative designs and affordability. Foreign direct investment saw a 125% year-on-year increase, attracting 7.86 billion dirhams from investors across 105 countries. Still with the UAE, still with the Middle East, Qatar's Minister of Commerce and Economy, Sheikh Faisal bin Thani Al Thani, Qatar is set to introduce 3 new laws as as part of a major legislative overhaul to attract foreign investors. The proposed laws include a bankruptcy law, a public-private partnership law, and a new commercial registration law. These laws are part of a review of 27 laws across 17 ministries, which cover over 500 activities. Sheikh Faisal expects the bankruptcy and PPP laws to be drafted by March. Qatar aims to attract $100 billion in foreign direct investment FDI by 2030, but it is behind regional rivals Saudi Arabia and the UAE. The reforms also aim to strengthen Qatar's private sector and reduce reliance on government-funded growth. Sheikh Faisal, appointed in November, emphasized Qatar's commitment to creating a more investor-friendly environment. And elsewhere, Bank of Singapore, one of Asia's leading banks, has bolstered its presence in Dubai by making 6 strategic appointments to enhance its advisory and product offerings in the region. As part of Overseas Chinese Banking Operations Corporation, Singapore's second largest lender, the bank has drawn top talent from key institutions to join the investment advisory team, including specialists for management solutions and alternatives. According to Ranjit Khanna, the bank's head of private banking for Europe and the Middle East, these hires reflect a strategic focus on growing the Dubai hub's regional influence. The appointments align with the bank's vision to capture a larger share of the Middle Eastern market, which already contributes around 10% of its revenue and private banking assets. The bank aims to double this figure over the next 3 to 5 years. More stories to come, but after the break, stay with us.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Welcome back to the news. Now to news from around the world. Portugal's Ministry of Economy says the National Investment Promotion Agency secured agreements totaling 420 million euros at the introduced the liberation. This deep 6, potentially making Brazilian beef a more attractive option for Japanese buyers. Brazilian beef exports are projected to as these new markets open. To bolster its international outreach, ABIEC plans to establish offices in Washington, Brussels, and Beijing by mid-year. If successful, Brazil's entry into Japan's beef markets could significantly alter trade flows, offering Japanese consumers access to more affordable options while intensifying competition for the US and other current suppliers. US President Donald Trump has called on the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, to reduce oil prices following the drop in the prices of crude oil over the weekend. Brent crude futures dropped by 0.68% to 77.97 US dollars per barrel this morning, while US West Texas Intermediate crude went down by 0.67% that is, to $74.16. Trump had over the weekend reiterated his call for OPEC to cut oil prices to serve as stringent measures against Russia's finances and help bring an end to the war in Ukraine. He has also threatened to hit Russia and other participating countries with taxes, tariffs, and sanctions if a deal to end the war in Ukraine is not struck soon. The US president has made known a wide range of measures to boost US oil and gas output in his first week in office. Still with the USA, Republicans in the US Congress are struggling to fund President Donald Trump's $6 trillion tax cut agenda amid a $2 trillion federal deficit. With a 218 to 215 majority vote, near total unity is required to pass a fiscal 2025 budget resolution critical to advancing Trump's sweeping agenda, including tax cuts, energy deregulation, and military spending. Concerns are growing ahead as extending Trump's 2017 tax cuts could add $4 trillion to the debt over a decade, leaving Republicans racing against a May 2025 deadline. And to the exciting world of sports, Super Eagles striker secures crucial win for AC Milan. Wrap up the news hour with more details shortly after the break. Stay with us. Against Parma in the Italian Serie A. The Nigerian player transformed AC Milan's jeers into cheers
during stoppage time, helping them secure a remarkable 3-2 victory over the visiting team. With the victory, AC Milan climbed to 6th place, now 5 points behind Lazio, who occupy the 4th position and are set to face an out-of-form Fiorentina in the late match on Sunday. Milan is scheduled to visit Dinamo Zagreb on Wednesday, aiming for direct qualification to the Champions League's last 16, followed by a local derby against Inter Milan next weekend. That's definitely one to look forward to. And that's the News Hour. On Souq News Television, we are live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and X. Do well to follow us there and catch all the details real time. Many thanks again for joining us. I am David Chiedu. To stay tuned to Souq News Television.
Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue, called the Three Wise Men, by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs, clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists, are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is Souq exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right, now for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle Orlando Martins was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us, how has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with Great Uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area. And I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to Great Uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child, he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people. And we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story, when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist,
Yes.
and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokie-Apega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990, well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. We've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. And when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and he'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had, and unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel he's alive
still
again.
Alive and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles, and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
Lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? And I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother. Our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Epega, Harriman, Epega and Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because especially even now, in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, you know, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael, because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, you know, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow events about having.
So you've
been? Oh, yes,
I haven't been.
But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So being a food critic.
Yes.
That's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music,
It's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world, people assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. Some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it, people are business-minded. Coming to this studios, for goodness sake, you can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food,
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. Mere fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it. But his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, I want to come and see Nigeria for myself. I hear these things at the foods, people are like, oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food? It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. For people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime, and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever, or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of, and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching Souq
Thank
News TV, because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap-up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot, because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline. Lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC, because it has been in the state where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, you know, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything, and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So very exciting time, and get Nigeria involved as well, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got Souq News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things, and we want to thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
It
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for
Definitely.
people of color,
Yes.
and make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So.
And God bless the soul too of
Amen.
George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on Souq Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GD would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me, it's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Good to have me.
Welcome
man.
home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
And
my
likewise,
brother.
likewise. I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Nigeria, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed. It used to be Blackface, so come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface
Nigeria.
Yes.
Yes, so many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Nigeria to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well, not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Nigeria, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Nigeria to my name, because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Nigeria. So it's Blackface Nigeria. Hate it or love it, that's
Blackface Nigeria. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all that. Stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so they had to take out the sense and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened.
That's not, it's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yes, so I'm Blackface Nigeria, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Nigeria, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music. Some intricate questions. Okay, so I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have peaked, that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular. You stay away from the crowd. If the media is the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently, major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently, there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even invest in themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here. And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listened to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
when
up.
You're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's like Loud House Entertainment. Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, you know, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. You know, they fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You know, you will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so our people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course, there's a line, and the music itself separates it. The sound of the music, separates the genre.
Correct.
Aside, you cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use, and you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that, but it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue, and you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud
best.
of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, you know, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior and Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before we came.
So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. It's like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, a mini big deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. Where they don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah,
I'm talking
then.
pre-Plantation Boys.
Yeah.
Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88, around that time, you know.
Wow,
that period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu, you know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music
perform.
And all of that, you know.
Correct.
So I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also started taking it serious was when I started going to Rap City Jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there. And from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
corporate G,
Nigeria Rap
and
Syndicate.
everybody. We used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends then, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like, I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent, you know. So I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though, you know. And it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish 1 or 2 things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like
talking about different record labels. Do you remember that time? I think it was Christmas. You were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking. That was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, you know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them, you know. And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept, because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him then, it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome. So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right? is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like they did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
the whole back
talks.
and forth.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split
so.
up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
when
squashed.
there was we
had that, but they
mediation.
They didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
I have
that?
not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting?
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So,
really,
so the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't write the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy,
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process, and I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothmans Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothmans Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New
International.
Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us. Plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, Omo, that guy, we have to make sure he doesn't, nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him
why-
in Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world, me to check my profiles. I mean, better than the let them got myself signed. Mediocre. Time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre in 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Name and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see it's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're all there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
person,
an agenda or a
agenda,
person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And I've been see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me the Chibuzo story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So, Ray Power History is our 3rd anniversary. Ray Power History, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power History. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy not get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something. Something VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a Plantation Boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When FaZe sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do today?
They
put it off and
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with FaZe is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about FaZe. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed to take
you, the person that believes in you will tell you you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go, we plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's FaZe right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out here. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some. Because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given.
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now, so you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk,
it's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat too, I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, ain't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist, you can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula baloo.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I had made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to go into the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way of why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group, and when I say you, I mean the group, why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Ateke Tom. How
yeah,
did that,
but
how did that play
I think I
out?
couldn't go continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like, they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay, but there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There have to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo.
Mr. Wendo.
Everyday People.
I wrote a song. One of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba OJ died. 2 other members left. Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
Are you sure it's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that GSM is ahead of this. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
No,
screen. They still use
all
those
phones.
old
The
phones,
phones
and we
are
were ahead of them.
But I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We're supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information,
good
information, helpful information.
Yes.
Which is what we do here at Souq News.
You guys are doing a great job.
Isle 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came
So
here. I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
so
but I said that the Oga chair won't sit down. No, I don't want to get a job for another place. So the Oga chair won't sit down. That chair, I love that chair. See that chair, see the view. God damn it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music, as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, you know, survive and take care of your bills, family and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need your all the things that encompass in English language, unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language, you study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you, you can't do that. You know, I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
First thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce ourselves. And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
so
go.
do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like we. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed. Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life. Souq News Television, the I 104.9.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So, it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba. We are on Souq News Television, as you already know. On the show, today we have another special guest like we always do every time you see Inside Life on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, I like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but let him do it. He's none other than Komi Flame. Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
All of this stress I've been under. Red on my cup running over, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright, but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hearts open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G.
Okay.
So busking is an act of playing on the streets to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art, it's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know from around here, I've been around a while, I've been around music circles, I've been around, entertainment for a while.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone do busking
in this part of the world, right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start? And why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church, and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar. So that's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or anything?
I didn't go for any class or anything.
So you played, like my friend would say, you play by hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church, and he would come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. Yeah, I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. Yeah. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. Yeah, okay. In this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. Yeah. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. Yeah, so I saw him doing the busking, and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I play with this. So I saw him doing it, and his heart was down in a mall in Souq. Yeah, so I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing there, and I made it happen.
So that was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with this person? What's his name?
His name is Alex. C. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No, he still do music, just he does other businesses and stuff like that. And normally busking is not easy, so anyone that might just give up on the craft, give up on busking, not on music, again, maybe to chase other things, it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously, no one does anything forever. Yeah. But so how, so you saw Alexi and you said, this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art?
That boldness no fully come. Come like immediately.
You learn on the job.
Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing, I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, he's my boss, so I respect him up to date. But the way I've pushed my own busking,
obviously that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On Inside Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi, you're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right?
Yeah.
I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once. And after once, I did not go there
back there
for a very long time. but I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. On the island, at malls.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Sule, the mall at Novare, around Shongotedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently where I frequently play at is Tejo Shoyaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay, that's another place where the people will
yes. Yeah. Obalinde currently, and some places on the mainland. I do Oshodi too sometimes. I also do Sulere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Most times if I go to the island.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no I can't really say it.
Come on, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth though.
Any of the malls. Let's say, should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information is privileged information as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers.
Yeah.
But we want people to.
So, busking on the streets, I can't say for you though. It's depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10K to any amount, maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today, and tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently, frequently, is the Palms Mall. I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall, and Novari Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novari Lekki Mall, but I do Palms Mall frequently. For now.
Why? Is it because of the
money? No, not because of the money. Because they appreciate what I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate, and they're always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
because it's the money.
Currently,
you are staying away from the money.
No, not because currently, for Palms Mall, most of their workers in the management, once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, we want you to come play for this person. I'm always the first person they call.
So you play any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say come and play on for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole
sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too. So I just
so you just come
and we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to
because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
At the parking lot?
Not at the parking
outside the compound?
Outside the compound.
How? There's no conducive place? Because I know there's a road in front.
That road's
on the side.
That road's in front, the small gate.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight that you just come in, then you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I've sent letters to them like twice, and I've been.
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you? Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter Yeah, and
it's
I
in
get
your
that.
power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office, okay, and I present the letter to the secretary I find that sit at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, yeah, the person I'll meet there when
Someone
I do
else.
the ceremony, it's someone else. Yeah, but what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done.
And
at
I got
other
3
malls. They've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there, does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that. So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi, Obali.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic, or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and you start to play?
No, I don't. It's not as I'm led. I'm strategic about it. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood,
yeah,
there are certain people you gotta see,
yeah,
and say, Baba, we have come, what to do?
No, if I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. Yeah, and
Obviously.
I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time go, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss, yeah.
It's an okay thing.
Yeah.
Awesome. You start doing your thing. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar?
No, I said I was learning the guitar around that year time. Yeah. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular, when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time, I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar, and I just liked the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home. So it's like a decorative piece. Right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019, and I'm like, prior to that you hadn't played, and you played by ear and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please, show us what Combo Flames does.
Happy no fair to me. Say I never call you to it. But I hope that you are well. I hope you're my better. Every day I dey pray for you. Make you Papa God bless you. See I don't forget you. Say I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up on me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend in the man don't shoulder. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you down, but I there for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. Because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to to drive this and want to do it?
So okay, I would like to say something. Like it's
Please.
not about the money, for real. It's not about the money because I've seen.
You just took the words from my mouth. I was
I've-
going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, yeah. While I was going home, yeah, someone in the bus paid for my transport because he just saw me. I got a new guitar and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Yeah. Then he paid for my transport and he told me, "Yeah, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show." And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. Yeah, I was like,
I just want to learn.
Does he want to see it? I just want to learn this thing. You want to see me at a bigger show. But up to now, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. Yeah, but he said something and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. And that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any reason.
Now, do you get called?
Yeah.
To events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, yeah. And in as much as the place might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be here for too long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6 month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one just next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal. Yeah, and I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes, I still play a Landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play in. It's just about planning different locations that you play in every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, there should be I should be willing to see you again. So it takes a lot of work. So that it does not get
you have to keep
boring.
upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay. So it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube. Yeah, because most times I get my ideas of the busking crafts. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People are
saying people that sing.
That does busking abroad.
Okay.
They are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the streets.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so
saw
for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job too, doing it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that I know creatives are crazy people.
Yeah.
Passionate people are crazy people.
Yeah.
Right. So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the streets, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
But you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone I was sharing earlier. I've seen someone that was, busking, and his heart was just there, eyes closed. He was just playing away, And this lady came. She looked at him. She got out her phone. She recorded for a while, and next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give.
Yeah.
Next thing, she walks up to him behind him and just gives him a hug, gives him a tight hug, and just walks away. And for someone like that, that's all the fulfillment for that day. He's good.
Exactly. He might as well just help that woman. Maybe it's a motivational song he was singing, or a prayer
both
song.
ways.
True. He has just done something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks.
We hope to have you again.
Thanks.
Right? Keep doing what you're doing, because one of the things that we commend people on the show about, and I do personally as well, is when I see people that are bent on their passion, people that are driven, people that don't need motivation. Of course, we all need motivation. Many times it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just wake up and you just don't want to do that thing. You don't want to do anything. But that little voice comes and tells you, look, dude, this is you.
Yeah.
And people are waiting to see you manifest, So I must commend you. We love your music. Yes, by the way, you have your own music.
Yeah, I write my songs. Yeah, I'm working on them, but currently.
But you just write because busking will not give you time.
No, busking. I don't do busking.
What have you recorded?
Yeah, I do.
You have recorded.
I do, but it's not out currently.
Do you want to play us something you did?
Of course.
Let's hear something you did.
Okay, this song is titled Miracle.
You never tell me start to the fight. I no go lie, miracle fine. She fair, she slim, she no too tall. For real, she's what the high. 8 a.m. she go chat me good morning. And I don't dey feel something for her. She don't dey feel something for me. No, so many girls on my phone, but now you dey cross my phone. Been through so much pain, please don't add to my sorrow. Yeah. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Baby, you're my miracle. You're my miracle. I feel to swim on the ocean for you. I feel to climb on the mountain for you. I feel to catch a grenade bell for you. I feel to pile up a booty for you. Oh baby, you're the one for me. Oh baby, you're my girl.
Daniel Ahanji.
Yes, sir.
Popularly known as
Komi
Flames. Thank you so much for being on Inside Life.
Thanks.
Thank you for sharing your inside life with us. Hope to see you again same time.
Yes.
Again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still Inside Life. You heard from Komi Flames. Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, from street corners to malls, and he sings, and he touches people's hearts. And if you feel touched, you support him. But the important thing is the fulfillment that is gotten from the arts called basking. Same time next week. See you. It's Inside Live. My name is Hansenba. Bye for now. Hello, welcome to Between the Pages. Between the Pages is our book review show where we pick a special book, talk about it, have a conversation about what's in the book. We talk to the guests, which also happens to be the author, and everything surrounding that book. When we return, we'll take a break right now. We'll introduce you to the guest, and the title of our book for this week. Stay with us. Welcome back to Between the Pages, and today we'll be talking about a special book titled Retirement Reinvented. Such a powerful headline and thought-provoking too. And also it has a subtitle, Tips and Strategies for Actively Engaging Your Higher Purpose in Retirement. It's something I have a special question for the author about. So with me, my guest today is the author of this special book, Laja Shoniron. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I believe that in the course of our discussion, we'll be able to look through some of the things in the book. Thank you.
We will look through a lot. Also with us today is CEO All Range Reading Academy. And it's so strange that we haven't had a lot of libraries and reading culture going on, which is one of the reasons why this is such a special show. His name is Mr. Ekom Henry Ituama.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here again.
You're welcome. So, straight to the point. I have a few questions for you, Mr. Laja. Or should I just say Laja?
Yeah, Laja is good.
Laja is fine.
Thank you.
Well, you know, when you go to my village, you don't call elders by their first name. But let us pass with that. So first and foremost, you know, they say usually if you want to hide something from the black man, you hide it in between pages. In the book, in between pages of the book. Are you trying to hide something from the black man?
That's a very thought-provoking statement. Actually, the first time I heard it, I was so angry.
Can you tell us why?
Because I took it personal when you talk about anything black, anything that has to do with, you know, this, even though I normally would tell myself I'm not a black man, I'm a brown man, but, you know, anything that has to do with, you know, this. So I felt that that was an aberration, because that some few people don't read does not mean that everybody don't read. And I always say that, you see, when you have a challenge, you will read. And that's true in every case. If you have a recurring malaria, you find yourself looking for, okay, is there a book that I can read? If you know, it's a normal thing. And that's why I believe that books are something that we should not, you know, do away with. And then the fact that when people say hiding something in the book, I'm not hiding anything. In fact, I want more people to know about it. And that's why I put it in the book. Because one of the problems we have in this part of the world is the fact that every generation, and this is a mission or a passion for me, every generation starts from the scratch. And if you look at the other part, the other clan, they are more into documenting, you know, their lives. You see somebody, you know, I watched a video some time ago, and I read about this wolf that is now being cultivated to be guard to sheep. It's amazing. These are, serial killers of sheep before. But over the years, they domesticated them, and then they now become, you know, and that's because somebody did something, wrote it down, and then the other generation came, built on what was done, and as we speak today, those same wolves, you know, are now guardians for sheep. So I believe that the best way, the trajectory that we should take to develop Nigeria, to develop Africa, is to ensure that everybody writes a book. And I have this saying, if you are 50 and you have not written a book, you are owing humanity. And indeed, I mean it. If you are 50, you have not written a book, you are owing humanity.
I have to agree with you. Owing humanity. I like that one. So I must be planning to write a book soon, from what you're saying.
Yeah, very important.
Okay. Retirement Reinvented. Why this book?
Why is this so important now?
Retirement reinvented. Okay. Let me just back up a little bit. About 18, 19 years ago, I am a man of many things. I started out as an accountant, and coming from a family of tailors. My mom was a seamstress, so I was making clothes. So I had some clients in Ikoyi, and then I had gone there to see one of my big clients, And on my way, I saw these elderly people, sitting somewhere in Ikoyi. And I was really taken aback. All these old people, what are they doing here? And somebody now said, oh, they came to do their pension, something like that. And I felt, why would they subject them to this kind of, treatment? And, I got a little bit, I'm being a bit of an emotional person. It got to me. So a few days after, I heard on the news that some elderly people died, so that's, in fact, made me so emotional. And, in fact, in me, and I started really being very agitated. And in the course of being agitated, I had this thing in my spirit that said, don't pity them. I was like, pardon me? I was alone, so I was like, who said that? Okay? Of course, I thought it was one devil that is. And then he said, they got what they deserve. And then went on to say, if you don't plan your retirement, you will end up like them. At that point, I knew it wasn't the devil that was talking to me. If you don't plan your retirement, you will end up like them. And that was where the journey started for me. And every opportunity I had since then, any opportunity, the first opportunity I had to do training was for MPA, and it was for people that are being, eased out of employment. So I did retirement planning, entrepreneurship, and stuff like that. I gathered all the resources that I could, and that was how the journey started. And so far, up till now, I still do a lot of retirement. So the book is actually more like a compendium of what I've done in the past 18 years. All right. So it's not something that just happened. It's a journey of 18, 19 years.
Wow, what a journey.
Yes.
Well, from a thing you said, it brings me to my next question because it was pointing towards it.
Okay.
Now, from day-to-day happenings and doing life in Nigeria, many do not have a retirement plan.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that for a while?
Well, I must say that retirement itself is a new phenomenon.
For us.
Yeah, everywhere. No, everywhere in the world. It's actually a new phenomenon. It actually started with the Roman Empire, and the essence of having a retirement stuff, it wasn't even planned. It was like, oh, okay, these people, these soldiers, they are no longer in active service in order to buy their loyalty. So the Roman Emperor, will give them a stipend just to keep them at bay so that they don't revolt. But at the turn of the, I think, 19th, 20th century, I think it was the German government that took up, this issue of retirement. And then at the turn of the 20th century, Europe, UK, America took it up and then blew it, and it became something that everybody's talking about. And when you come to Africa, the African context, there's nothing like retirement, because we work until we can't walk again. Exactly. So it is a new thing. We must understand that in African culture, and then even if you go the religious, if you look at the Bible, you look at the Quran, you look at all the Eastern religion, you find that there's no retirement. That's interesting.
No retirement.
Exactly.
Let's hold that. You don't want to work till you go.
Of course.
So it's still between pages Let's take a break right now. When we return, we'll continue this conversation. Stay with us. Welcome back to Between Pages, book review show on Souq News. So we'll be talking to an author of Retirement Reinvented, and he's by the name Laja Shoniro. You said the last thing we talked about not croaking before we retire.
Yeah.
So let me also I have a question for Mr. Ekom Henry Farmer.
Okay.
You run a reading academy.
Yeah.
What inspired such initiative? I call it an initiative.
Yeah, thank you. We went into Reading Academy to help to cultivate the quest and the desire for reading. Precisely, we went into this academy to encourage young people, adults, primary school, secondary school, to set up a reading unit in their schools. You know, it's part of our corporate social responsibility. As a book dealer, as a library consultant, we deal on books. So we felt there was need when we saw the climate and the culture around, where students were becoming apathetic to reading. So we started going to schools, primary schools. We encouraged teachers, principals, heads of schools, proprietors to set up book clubs. We donated books to them, little books, novels, literature, social sciences, basic engineering, basic sciences, to help them to cultivate that reading culture as early as possible, because we believe when you catch them young, the trend goes on. So we go to the extent of doing debates. We fund debates, poetry writing, novel writing, short stories, folk tales, and we encourage them to also read about their culture and history. You know, when we were in school, we did history. I did history of West Africa. We read about the Ghana Empire, the Kanembono Empire. We read about the Mali Empire. We read about the Zulus, South African history. The Mau Mau in Kenya. You know, we read about the slave trade. We read about Badagry. We read about the Great Trek. We read about the long juju of Arochukwu. And these are issues that help us to understand ourselves. And then when we now came to meet with African writers like Chinua Achebe, like Wole Soyinka, you know, there are so many of them, Cyprian Ekwensi, Ngugu wa Thiong'o, and then we collected their stories. We found out that there was a midline where we met at a point and we begin to say, wow, so this is where we are. This is where we are coming. Achebe wrote about his works. He said, we have to know where the rain began to beat us. We begin to trace ourselves from there. You have to know yourselves. So reading is much of a journey. It takes you out of your world. It takes you to the other worlds. You know what is happening there. You know, reading will let you know about slave trade in the US, the slave plantations. You get to know that the origins of some music, the jazz music probably started in the slave plantations. You know, the bebop jazz and all that, those hallucinatory songs they were singing there.
That also became hip hop.
Of course.
So let me take you to I heard you talk about reading and all the culture. I also remember as a child, growing up, even as a teenager, we had libraries.
Yeah.
You know, but I was waiting to hear you talk about libraries. Have you thought about, instead of selling these ideas of a book club to the schools, have you thought about how it was back in the day, where you situate a library, like a national, international level library? So these books you're giving to schools will be there. People will come, like the reading culture from back in the day will be people will walk in, join, people walk in and out of there, people will walk shifts, read, it will be open all the time. I feel like that would be more of a thing that humanity can benefit from, because right now there are no libraries, apart from 1, 2 scattered, sparsely available. What do you say to setting up libraries as against online book clubs from schools to schools?
Well, I would want to say that there are libraries. There are libraries actually, but you see, these are institutions under the purview of the government. Almost every local government will have libraries, but it's not well funded,
and equipped.
It's not well equipped.
Correct.
It's not well patronized. If you go to the libraries, some of the local government, you find out that it's been taken over by rats, the books, its leakages and all that. The environments, dilapidated, the fields, the culture. You see a library in a big expanse of land, just a small building there. You see a house like a hut inside. You see there the staff. The workers' morale is so low.
Are you saying every local government has a library?
I want to say that.
This is new information.
I want to say
that.
that.
And I think one of the problems could be not letting people know, have that information.
There is a program that was launched by the National Library, I think 2 years ago, where they try to resuscitate those libraries. But you see, the funding has to come, but there has to be a continuous enlightenment and awareness in what we're trying to do. Because one thing is for you to set up a library and get this material. The one thing for you to encourage patronage, and patronage is key. When people begin to like the idea of reading, whether online or offline, you find out that they will begin to jointly manage these libraries.
Talking about liking of books, let me come to you, Baja. It's a book that is likable, even from the headline, right? But I also talked about what the subtitle, that I read earlier, tips and strategies for actively engaging your higher purpose in retirement. It hints at religion. Are you a man of the color?
Really, I must say, thank you, sir. I must say that one of the things that gives life meaning is understanding your purpose, understanding why you are here. I normally will say that every of our purpose in life is just one. And that one is basically make the world better than how you met it. And that is basically what every one of us, whether you are in music, whether you are in art, whether you are in technology, in whatever sphere you find yourself, basically is to make the world a better place than you met it. So, in doing that, many of us, because I haven't grown in this part of the world, I know many of us, if you ask 10 people, the courses they study in the university and what they would have loved to study, you find a lot of disparity. And in that, it means that there are gaps already. Okay? Now, the moment you are done with university or higher institution, the next thing is you are entering into work life. So there is no time for you to even play around with some of those things that you would have loved to do. I mean, some of us loved to write when we were young. Okay? Well, I mean, every child of God, as in, if you're a Christian, you're a man of the color. That's the way I see it. Yeah.
Okay, there goes my answer.
Okay.
Lastly, I want you to wrap up this question. there's the unwritten rule that people retire into churches. People retire into church work. And for many, it's a misnomer. What do you speak to this?
For me, I don't think it's the right thing to do, because we all have very important role to play, in the development of our country and Africa as a whole. Now, when you look at somebody who has done 35 years, take for instance, in the corporate world, 35 years, and then after 35 years, he's been retired. That means 35 years of experience is just going to life down somewhere, fallow, unused. We remember not too long ago, some generals, some very high profile military officers were retired. Now, these are people that Nigeria has invested so much into. And you are saying they should just go home and go and do nothing. And now, some of them will now go and maybe begin to serve in a church or in a mosque and all of that. I think, personally, it's a misuse of potentials, a misuse, of capability, a misuse, of capacity.
I agree with you.
Yes.
So lastly, what do you want the takeaway to be from Retirement Reinvented?
Retirement Reinvented. Thank you, sir. Don't mind me. I am a teacher and, so, okay.
In a few words.
All right.
For want of time.
Okay. Retirement Reinvented is a book that everyone, whether you are in your 50s, you're in your 60s, you are retired, you need to go through this book. And it's a compendium. 18 years of study, 18 years of writing, and then we have it here. And I want you to be part of it. I want you to see it. A lot of people have come telling me, even yesterday I got a message from a 70-something-year-old woman who just finished reading the book and said, this is a fantastic job and all of that. And the book, our consultants will tell us where to get the book because he's the one that is, in charge. Yes.
Talk to us in a few seconds about where we can get the book.
Yeah, this book can be bought at our bookshop at Ojuelegba, all range professional bookstores, 24/5 Western Avenue, Ojuelegba bus stop. I wanted to drop a nugget about the book.
Please.
And having gone through this book, I found out that it has helped in moving us away from the traditional thinking about retirement. It brings us to a page, another chapter where retirement is being seen now as a new chapter of life, as a reinvigorating chapter, as a chapter where you can open up a new space to display those talents and those capacities that probably you were not opportune to do when you were in active service. So it's not just a time to rest and relax and all that. You can actually do much more on retirement after reading this book.
Thank you so much, Mr. Itwama, CEO, All Range Reading Academy. And also thank you, Raja Shoniro, author, Retirement Reinvented. So viewers, we've come to the end of our show, Between the Pages. Same time next week, keep a date with us as we'll be reviewing yet another very excellent book. Bye for now.
I'm a shepherd of the church. called Celestial Church of Christ, White City Parish, reside in UK. I started the ministry right from my youth time, youth age. I was born into this church by my parents called Solomon Olaiwola Onofuye and my mother Alice Mimonat Onofuye. They gave back to me to the church, Celestial Church, and I went to primary school in Lagos, and I have my secondary school in Lagos as well. And after my secondary school, I went to a professional school, NCE, National Certificate of Education, in Lagos State College of Education. And after that, I went for my degree. I have my B.Ed, Bachelor in Education. I have my NCE as a professional teacher. Then I decided to travel down to UK in order to change my profession to law. But on getting down to Britain, God arrested me to carry his cross. So I carried the cross since 1985, and up to now, I'm working the ministry as a shepherd of the church. And recently, I've just been promoted as the head of the prophets in UK and Northern Ireland dioceses within the fold of Celestial Church of Christ. And I'm still the shepherd of the church called White City Parish in UK, in Barking, in the SS area. So, and at the same time, I love doing business. I'm into business, I'm an entrepreneur, and because why I went to business is I don't depend on church money, because the church money is meant for the church, and I have to have a living for myself. So that's why I went into business, different kind of business. You know, I learned that trade through my late parents, because I usually carry sell ogede around Fade area for them everywhere along the street while I was in Nigeria. You know, since from there I pick up an entrepreneurship. You know, so I've been doing that alongside with God's work, pastoral work. That's 38 years now. 38 years I've been leading the church. The one I established, which is Celestial Church of Christ, White City, is going to be 37 this year. Before then, when I got to Britain, I led a church. It's a Clapham Parish, Celestial Church of Christ, Clapham Parish. Before I left that to establish the one I'm leading, and I've started that since 1987, and up till now, I'm still in there. I'm still the shepherd of the church. You see, I've mentioned in my introduction, because I believe church money should stay with the church, and I believe I must have a living, because I have a family and I have to train my children. And because I don't want to delve, the church has got its own setup, and there are some pastors that do winners take all, but I don't believe in that. I believe I have got to work for my living. So that's why I'm from my background with my parents, especially my mom. There's all kind of trade I did with her. I sell banana, I sell rice, I sell so many things. I do street hawking in Nigeria, you know, all over everywhere. So from there I have that initiative, I have that it's been built in me. And because I love to do something in order to make ends meet. So that's why, but I got that from my parents, because my dad was an accountant. Then he retired into business, selling books, supplier of books, he's a contractor. So I took that from my both parents in order to be an entrepreneur. And because I believe you've got to work for your living, you don't have to rely on the church, you don't have to rely on anybody. You've got to be hardworking. Christ as well taught us to be hardworking. Christ was an entrepreneur as well. He taught us how to have a living, how to, like the fishermen. So you've got to, so I took that source from my parents. From then, I built on to that. You see, if as a pastor, as a shepherd, as a head of the church, to earn respect, you need to separate yourself from the church. I separate, and maybe that is what is still making me to be successful today, because I've got about 9 kids. Out of them, I've got five graduates who are PhD holders, and I pay their school fees. You see, so if I don't separate the church, yes, it's in the Bible that Levites don't. You have to feed with the church. You have to feed from the church. But my principle is, you've got to separate the church from your lifestyle. You've got to find. I depend on. I have the church. I'm on the salary, so the church has got a treasurer. The church has got an accountant. It's got a church financial secretary. I separate the church. So, and that's why I always tell my kids, if I'm no more today, don't think that position is hereditary. Don't think the position is hereditary. My position is not hereditary. If I'm no more, somebody else will take over, not my children, not one of them. That's why I took time to educate them very well, so that they can have their own source of living. I've got 5 of them who are PhD holder. 1 is in architecture, 1 is in journalism, 1 is in music, 1 is in the medical line. So I've got 1 is in media. They are all, they help my calling in the church. All areas of the church, we have the media. One of my daughter is she's the one heading the media. I have all the posters that I have. My daughter Ayotole, she's the one that designed all the posters of the church, my posters, all programs that I'm running. She's the one that, and I have a son. He's called Dr. Tosin. He's into music. He has PhD in music. He heads the music area of the church. So all my children are cut across areas of the church. But the principle is, we must walk out of the church, have a living out of the church, not feeding from the church. That earns me respect among the members. I derive from the work I'm doing because I enjoy helping others. I derive that fulfillment right from my youthful age, before my calling, even within my calling, after my calling, within my calling. I derive help others first. When you help others first, God will help you in between. I prefer to suffer myself in order to make people happy, so that their happiness is my fulfillment. Mankind happiness is my own fulfillment. If I go to church in the morning, I get to church 9 a.m. I don't leave the church until around 11 p.m. because I consult people, I counsel people, I pray for people, and my joy, the fulfillment is when they come back for testimony. Not to charge them, not to take any money from them, but when they testify to the glory of God. That's my fulfillment. And on top of that, then my family, the achievement of my children, is another thing. You see, all I've achieved, all my background, start from spiritual inspiration, God's inspiration. And when I was born, as I was told, my dad said they had a prophecy that I'm going to be a shepherd. But I did not rely on that. I went on education. I have my primary school, I have my secondary school, I have my diploma, I have my degree. So I did not rely on that. But because it's been prophesied that I'm going to carry the cross, after my service, youth service, then I'm in search of looking for a job. But I couldn't get a job. I end up working in the church, praying in the church, being a prophet in the church, just doing one thing or the other in the church. Then at one point in time, somebody came into the church and said, okay, why are you young man, why are you here? And he said, what do you do? I said, I'm a graduate. He said, are you a graduate? I said, yes. He said, okay, are you not looking for a job? I said, I'm looking for a job, but I haven't got anyone. He said, okay, I'll take you somewhere. There and then, they gave me an employment as a teacher before I left. So after that, because there is a prophecy of my life that I'm going to be a shepherd of, after all said and done, I don't know, maybe on a service day, I just realized that, I want to have an opportunity of going to Britain, travel out. Something just inspired me that why can't you go abroad? I said, how will I do it? I don't know how I'm going to do it. Then something came to my mind. I said, go and get a passport. I took his passport. That time, you don't need visa to go to Britain. So I took the passport. Then I said, okay, what do I want to do with this passport? Then something inspired me and said, there must be a Celestial Church in UK. I said, okay, let me go to our headquarters. I got to the headquarters. I said, I went to the head of the church there. I want to travel out, but I don't have anybody there. How can I do it? Then the Baba said, okay, if you can sleep in the church, I will get somebody to help you. Fortunately for me, the head of the UK just came down from London. So he introduced me to the Baba. The Baba said, what rank are you? I said, I'm superior William. He said, are you a prophet? I said, yes. Okay, one church will need you in UK. Then he said, I will give you a letter. He gave me a letter. Then, and I got the letter. I said, okay, what next for me? To buy tickets. Then that time, because I work in the church, I have so much money, so much with me to buy the ticket. So I bought the ticket. Don't forget, I've gotten the passport. With the ticket and the passport, I went to go and meet my dad. I said, Dad, I'm traveling. He said, when do you start planning this? I said, it's God's inspiration. Do you know anybody there? I said, no. But because I believe the Celestial Church is about love. And if it's about love, I believe wherever Celestial is, we are there. They are there to help you. My dad said, okay, all right. Good luck. That was how I pick up my passport, pick up my luggage. I go to that man, the Baba that helped me, the head of UK, said, he gave me a letter to one man called Baba Oke, the owner of that church. The first word I said, I was the shepherd before I established White City, Clapham Parish. So I got to the airport. When I got to the immigration office in UK, they said, who do you want to come and meet? I said, I want to come and meet Baba Oke. Okay, let us go and ring him whether he's expecting. He's not expecting me. But because it's been ordained, it's been destined that I'm going to be in UK, they went to go and call him. He said, of course I'm expecting him. Somebody I've known, I've not ever met him at all. So that was how I got into UK. It's miraculous. It's just instantaneously. And it's not something that I've planned for a long time, but because it's been destined, it's been prophesied, and God has ordained that I'm going to be in UK. And before I traveled, after I've been given I'm going to travel, I went to about 7 parishes to go and do offering. So when you want to travel, you have to do offering. Thank God that God has made this journey possible. I went to 7 parishes to go and do offering. One of the prophets there, prophesied again. Don't forget I said I'm going to UK, not to work as a church worker, not to work as a pastor. I want to go out there because I'm a professional teacher. I want to change it to law. So that prophet said, I can see. After my offering, she took me out. It's a young prophet, a young prophetess. She took me and said, you are traveling to somewhere. I saw you in a people of white skin. You are traveling there, but God is making 7 promises for you. That when you get there, they're going to make you a shepherd of the head of the church. You're going to establish a church. You're going to work with white people. Those 7 promises, as soon as I got to Britain, start materializing. The week I got down there, I was made the leader of that church, Clapham Parish. Then I worked with white people. Then after about 3 years in Clapham Parish, God through me established White City Parish, of which I'm leading right now. And the rest 7 promises was fulfilled. So it's my traveling. All I will say is it's been God's ordained and willing. I love writing. And because I'm a teacher and I want to inspire people and let people know that with God everything is possible. And at the same time, if you see one of my passports, be an entrepreneur, be enterprising. Whatever you want to do, even as a pastor, even as a shepherd, you need to be enterprising. You need to inspire people. You need to get people to believe in themselves. And you need to find a way to be hardworking. Don't rely on what God has said. If God has said, if God has promised, you need to work on that God's promise. As James said, if you can, a Christian without, if you say you have faith without work, it's absolutely nothing. It doesn't work. So I have joy in writing and I'm inspired through the Holy Spirit. I've got about three or four books I've written in the past. I have Living Above Limitation, Power of Spirit, Spirit-Filled Life, and I've got Be an Entrepreneur, Be Enterprising. And the one I'm launching this Saturday is about 4. One is God's word of insurance is your sure word of assurance. God's words of assurance is your sure word of insurance. And what that means is when God assure you, when God promise, it's a fulfilling God. He's insured. It's just like somebody having a building. If you have an insurance on your building, of course, you're 100% sure. If anything happens, you have your insurance to back you. So that when you have God's word as of assurance, it's your sure word of insurance. If God says he's going to bless you, it's God's assurance. And take the word and work on it. That's one of my books. The other one, in follow-up of Living Above Limitation, it's War Against Limitation. It's a prayer book. It's a prayer book to help people discover themselves in spiritual attack, because this world is full of evil. This world is full of darkness, and you need prayer. You need a constant prayer to help. That's my second book. The other one is Maximizing of God's upon your life. Maximizing of God's divine upon your life. Then the other is 3. 1, God's word of assurance, your sure word of assurance. 2, living war against limitation. And the third one, maximizing of divine God upon your life. Then my son also wrote a book. The one there, The World Around Me, is a compilation of his stories of his life. Because something tragic happened to him when we came on holiday about 4 or 5 years ago. And I told him, put it as a story so that you can inspire people as well. So we are launching that as well on Saturday with him. So I'm excited because that book is to motivate people, to inspire people, and to rekindle people's hope and faith in God and in humanity, and also to guide people and to help their prayer life. So these are my assignments for Saturday. Samuel Temidayo Onofie. The world around me. How old? He's 11. Oh, of course. In his school, he belongs to Junior Writers Association. We are living in a perilous world. We are living in a wicked world. We are living in a world that is full of tragedy. And the only thing you need is prayer. Like I used to quote in the church, a prayerless person is a powerless person. If you are prayerful, you need to. You see, he said in this world you will see tribulation, but be of good cheer because I've overcome the world. So we face all that we are facing in the world today is being predicted by Christ. It's going to happen. Famine is going to happen. Nation will rise up against nation. So many things. So, but yes, two people will be going, one will disappear. So a lot has been predicted by Christ in the Bible. And the only thing that you need is prayer. Without prayer, you cannot survive this evil world. And that's why I have written this book to people to discover that with Christ, the only way is Christ. And the only way is prayer. Yes, I'm not discriminating other religion. Even Muslim, they pray as well. So the only sect that doesn't pray is the traditionalist. And you see even the traditionalists, when they give you anything, they'll say, in the name of Orunmila. What is Orunmila? It's Olubentomala, and it's Christ. Christ is the way. So that is their own area, you see. So everybody believe in prayer. Everybody believe that Christ is the way, is the prayer. So that's what I am using the book to motivate people, to inspire people, to let them know, to discover themselves, to let them know that all things are possible. With prayer, we believe in God, and steadfastness in worship. There's nothing impossible with God. Believe in God, believe in prayer, and have belief in yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Speak out. When you don't speak out, people cannot know what is wrong with you. I have that slogan. I've drawn topics on that. Speak out. When you speak out, and you seek help. Speak out and seek help. From family, from church, from God. Pray and believe. And also, don't think everything is over. It's not over until it's over. Once you have that belief and faith, you don't need to, you see, it's a sin in order for you to think all hope is lost. Hope is not lost. Once you are living and you are prayerful and you speak out and you talk out, all things will be possible. And pray at all times. Believe in yourself, discover yourself, but the most important thing is speak out, talk out, and seek for help. Where you don't need to seek for help somewhere else, but seek for help from God, from those you think will be of help to you, and that is the church. Pray and have that hope in Him. He will actually. There's nothing is impossible for God once you have that belief. If I can tell you so many experiences of life that in UK, as a shepherd, I had it for 15 years. I don't have papers, but because I believe that God one day, He promised. God never promised and don't fulfill. It's a God fulfilling. It's a covenant fulfilling God. Once you stay focused, you are prayerful, and speak out, talk out.
Well, Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up on Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian, Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Demola Badejo was the secretary. I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoyoko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoyoko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, savor the breeze, eat fruits, you know, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you know, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, you know, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN, Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that Messiah seen the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lowerden Street. She was working at Lut as a nurse then. And this man went to, she fought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in the hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is coastline settlements, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th, 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Maroko, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Maroko was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. She had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Maroko. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimoi. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali. And he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first chief imam of Morocco. And his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Bali of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olaya Kishimoi, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Manuel. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of very the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been growing ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive there. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will fly in the third mainland bridge and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again. We can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together, let us see what we have, let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. You don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Maoko. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Maoko is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Maoko today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that as usual people say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to they have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Maoko, all the children in Maoko will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Maoko that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Maoko environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Maoko. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, at the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. We could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, Let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. Well, the initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls the said government? Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of armed robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? And so and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy will see you later. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at There were 2 DPOs sitting with us. I looked at one of them and said, "Okay, but you 2, you were there when they were burying them now." While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, "DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me?" How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember, I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry, coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Al-Fatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, Obi Anoba, Obi Bale, do you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves Otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. And I said I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, he said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person we said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, we should be focused upon. Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they will come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that he should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend, Tokubolo Ontoba, was the one covering the Don Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of showing us more then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with Shodin Osho anymore. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let Shodin Osho become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifu became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, Olondoba, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I've come to tell you that I'm resuming." Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, "Go back to your office and collect the letter." I said, "My letter will come tomorrow morning." He said, "What about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo?" I said, "They have not started Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as the news editor." And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Live. My name is Hans Mba. We are on Souq News Television, as you already know. On the show today, we have another special guest, like we always do every time you see Inside Live on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but let him do it. He's none other than Komi
Flame.
Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame, and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
All of this stress I've been under. Red on my cup running over, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright, but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hats open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the streets to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art, it's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know from around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while. Yeah. I've never seen anyone do busking
in this part of the world. Right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start? And why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church, and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar. So that's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or
I
anything?
didn't go for any class or anything.
So you played, like my friend would say, you play by hearing. What?
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church, and he would come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. Yeah, I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. Yeah. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. Yeah, in this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. Yeah. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. Yeah, so I saw him doing the busking, and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I did play with this. So I saw him doing it, and his heart was down in a mall in Souq. Yeah, so I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing there, and I made it happen.
So that was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with? What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alexi. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No,
he just
no. He still do music, just he does other businesses and stuff like that. And normally busking is not easy, so anyone that might just give up on the craft, give up on busking, not on music, you get, maybe to chase other things, you get, it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously, no one does anything forever. But so how? So you saw Alexi and you said, this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really. Not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art?
That boldness no fully come. You know, come like immediately.
You learn on the job.
Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing, I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, you get, he's my boss, so I respect him up to date. But the way I've pushed my own busking, yeah.
Obviously, that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On
That's
Inside Live. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi. You're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to the. Have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right? Yeah. I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once, and after once I did not go there
gone back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, yeah, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. Yeah, on the island, at malls. Yeah.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Souq, the mall at Novare, around Shongotedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently where I frequently play at is Tejo Show Yaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay, that's
Tejo Show Yaba.
With the people.
Yes. Yeah. Obalinde currently, and some places on the mainland. Yeah. I do Oshodi too sometimes. Yeah. I do Souq too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Yeah. Most times if I go to the island. Yeah.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no, I can't really say it.
Come on, Flame, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth though.
Any of the malls. Let's see. Should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information is privileged information as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers.
Yeah.
But we want people to.
So, busking on the streets, I can't say for you though. It's depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10K to any amount, maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today, and tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently frequently is the Palms Mall. I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall, and Novari Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novari Lekki Mall, but I do Palms Mall frequently. For now.
Why? Is it because of the
because
money?
No, not because of the money. Because they appreciate why I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate, and they always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
because it's the money.
Currently,
they are staying away from the money.
No, not boss. Currently, for Palms Mall, most of their workers in the management, once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point. Where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, we want you to come play for this person. I'm always the first person they call.
So you play any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say come and play on for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole
sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too. So
you just come
and we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to
because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
At the parking lot?
Not at the parking
outside the compound?
Outside the compound.
How? There's no conducive place? Because I know there's a road in front.
That road's
on the side.
That road's in front, the small gate.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight that you just come in, then you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I've sent letters to them like twice, and I've been.
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you? Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and
it's
I get
your power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office.
Okay.
And I present the letter to the secretary I find that seat at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, the person I'll meet there when
someone
I go
else.
it's someone else. Yeah. But what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done
and
at
I got
other
3
malls.
no's.
They've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there, does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi, Obali.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic, or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and you start to play?
No. I don't. It's not as I'm led. I'm strategic about it. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood, there are certain people you gotta see, and say, Baba, we have come at the deal.
No, if I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. Yeah, and I speak to them. Obviously. And I speak to him. As soon as almost time go, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss,
it's an okay thing. Yeah. Awesome. You start doing your thing. Yeah. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar?
No, I said I was learning the guitar around that year time. Yeah. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular, when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time, I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar, and I just liked the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home, so it's like a decorative piece, right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019, and I'm like, prior to that you hadn't played, and you played by ear and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please show us what Como Flames does.
Happy no fair to me. Say I never call you through it. But I hope that you are well. I hope you're my better. Every day I dey pray for you. Make me Papa God bless you. See I ain't forget you. Say I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up on me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend. The money don't show down. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I did not for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you that I there for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. Because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So okay, I would like to say something. Like it's not about the money, for real. It's not about the money, because
you just took the words from my mouth. I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, yeah. While I was going home, someone in the bus paid for my transport, because he just saw me. I got a new guitar, and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Yeah. Then he paid for my transport, and he told me, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show. And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. Yeah, I was like,
I just want to learn.
Does he want to see it? I just want to learn this thing. You want to see me at a bigger show. But till now, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. Yeah, but he said something, and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. And that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any reason.
Now, do you get called?
Yeah.
To events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, yeah. And in as much as place might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be here for too long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6 month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one just next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal. Yeah, and I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes, I still play a Landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play in. It's just about planning different locations that you play in every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, there should be I should be willing to see you again. So it takes a lot of work. So that it does not get
have to keep upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay. So it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube. Yeah, because most times I get my ideas of the busking craft. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People are
saying people that sing.
That does busking abroad.
Okay.
They are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the street.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so
saw
for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job too, doing it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that are I know creatives are crazy people.
Yeah.
Passionate people are crazy people.
Yeah.
Right. So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the street, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
But you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone I was sharing earlier. I've seen someone that was, busking, and his heart was just there, eyes closed. He was just playing away, And this lady came, she looked at him, she got out her phone, she recorded for a while. And next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give.
Yeah.
Next thing, she walks up to him behind him and just gives him a hug. Gives him a tight hug and just walks away. And for someone like that, that's all the fulfillment for that day he's good.
Exactly.
He
might as well just help that woman. Maybe it's a motivational song he was singing or a prayer
both
song.
ways.
True. He has just done something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks.
We hope to have you again.
Thanks.
Right. Keep doing what you're doing, because one of the things that we commend people on the show about, and I do personally as well, is when I see people that are bent on their passion, people that are driven, people that don't need motivation. Of course, we all need motivation. Many times it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just wake up and you just don't want to do that thing. You don't want to do anything. But that little voice comes and tells you, look, dude, this is you.
Yeah.
And people are waiting to see you manifest, you know. So I must commend you. We love your music. Yes, by the way, you have your own music.
Yeah, I write my songs. Yeah, I'm working on them, but currently.
But you just write because busking will not give you time.
No, busking. Of course, I don't do busking.
What have you recorded?
Yeah, I do.
You have recorded.
I do. But it's not out currently.
Do you want to play us something you did?
Of course.
Let's hear something you did.
Okay, this song is titled Miracle. You never tell me start to the fight. I no go lie, miracle fine. She fair, she slim, she not too tall. For real, she's what the high. 8 a.m. she go chat me good morning. And I don't dey feel something for her. She don't dey feel something for me. Nah, so many girls on my phone, but now you dey cross my phone. Been through so much pain, please don't add to my sorrow. Yeah. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Baby, you're my miracle. You're my miracle. I feel to swim on the ocean for you. I feel to climb on the mountain for you. I feel to catch a grenade for you. I feel to pile up a bouquet for you. Oh baby, you're the one for me. Oh baby, you're my girl.
Daniel Ahanji.
Yes, sir.
Popularly known as
Komi
Flames. Thank you so much for being on Inside Life.
Thanks.
Thank you for sharing your inside life with us. Hope to see you again same time.
Yes.
Again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still Inside Life. You heard from Komi Flames. Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, you know, from street corners to malls, and he sings and he touches people's hearts. And if you feel touched, you support him. But the important thing is the fulfillment that is gotten from the arts called basking. Same time next week. See you. It's Inside Live. My name is Handsome Ba. Bye for now.
National Theatre Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souq Enlightenment.
surprise. Rivers United suffering a loss to Plateau United, and Remo Stars, without an iota of doubt, extending their league in the league. Remo Stars did expand their leads, yes, as if you take a look at the screen, you see some of the results of the games. We also saw a surprise loss to Niger Tornadoes by the Flying Antelopes. So let me let you know that a 2-1 victory over Aqua United on Sunday, January 26, saw Remo extend that league. During that clash, Aqua United, who initially took the lead, saw Remo fight back with Samuel Anakwe equalizing and Olamilekon Adejayo securing the win late in the game for Remo, who now hold a 5-point advantage at the top of the MPFL table, accumulating 39 points from a total of 20 matches, while Plateau make the headlines by overcoming Rivers United. Sadly, Rivers United fought for this one. They did put in a lot of fight into it, but the pride of Rivers, led by Finidi George, were unable to surmount the onslaught of Plateau United. So Olawale Doyin had opened the goal for Plateau United, and then we saw a brief equalizer from Nigerian returnee, talking about Indefeka Effiong, who used to be for Aqua United, plied his trade outside the shores of Nigeria a little bit, as now with the Rivers-based outfit. Emmanuel Hezwe went on to net the winner later on in the game, and it just goes on to tell you how competitive the league is now. So that defeat see Rivers United remaining second on the table with 34 points, just a point above third place Shooting Stars, who Nasarawa United had to face Kwara United, I beg your pardon. Shooting Star had to face Kwara United, but that match was postponed. Take a look at it on the screen there. So they had a postponed game with Kwara United, so they have a game in hand. Likewise, Kano Pillars, who were supposed to play host to El Kanemi Warriors. So some of the scorelines from the MPFL: Katsina United and were in action. We saw Katsina United in action as well. And we also saw Sunshine Stars, Nassau United beating Katsina United by a lone goal. Sunshine Stars beating Ikorodu City in a 7-goal thriller at the Remo State FC Stadium in Ikenne. We also saw Bayelsa United travel to Umuahia, and a lone goal separated Abia Warriors from Bayelsa. Abia Warriors bragging that they are now in top 5 of the MPFL. Rangers lost at home at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, even with white man influencer Jimmy in the stands cheering Rangers. They lost to Niger Tornadoes, sadly. Plateau United, like I mentioned, beat Rivers United 2-1. And Heartland and Lobby, two ex-internationals, two former Super Eagles players in that particular game. It was Manuel Amunike who beat Daniel Amokachi-led team by a lone goal in that fixture. All right, so those are some of the scores from the MPFL. But then let me let you know that Daniel Amokachi, Lobby Stars head coach, has opened up, insisting that it was a former teammate in Emmanuel Amunike who has been pivotal and encouraging him to continue to remain as coach of the Makurdi-based club. We've seen Lobby Stars in series of inconsistent performances in the first half of the season, and the ex-Besiktas forward admitted that he had actually considered stepping down, leaving the role. He has gone on to explain that after the last game of the first round against Heartland, he was close to resigning and he was a bit frustrated. But, it was Emmanuel Amunike who got wind of the scenario and called him and spoke for almost an hour, and his words of encouragement had completely shifted his mindset. They were both integral members of the 1994 African Cup of Nations team in Tunisia and the 1996 Atlanta Olympics team, so they've got that formidable force. But then Emmanuel Amunike would be the one who was smiling at the end of the encounter between Heartland and Lobby. Lobby Stars, still talking about Lobby, they have adopted the Tafa Balewa Stadium in Bauchi as his interim home ground. And the chairman of Lobby Stars Football Club, Philip Nongo, led an inspection of the stadium to confirm a previous assessment carried out by the Nigerian Football Federation and also a chance for them to make arrangements, logistics arrangement, as the facility will serve as the club's temporary home ground. The NFF had earlier inspected and approved the stadium for use by Lobi pending the completion of an ongoing renovation at their home ground, which is the Apeaku. Nongu's special also is to ensure all arrangement meets the club's standard as they prepare to continue their campaign in the MPFL. But that's not to say that they don't need to work on gameplay and the team just to ensure that they have everything sorted out and right. From the MPFL to the NNL, the most important league in the country, Sporting Lagos Calabar Rovers, I must add, did pick away wins. We saw a Kun Khalifa returning to winning ways. In Lagos, it was Sporting who secured another away win over their Lagos rivals Madiba FC, match day 7 of the 2024-2025 Nigeria National League season. They defeated them by 2-0, and it's a quest to return to the top flight, having lost their last game to Kun Khalifa FC in Owerri. Well, Rovers FC got the better of ABS Lorin FC 3-2 away from home in a 5-goal thriller, and at the iconic Dan Anyam Stadium, Kun Khalifa FC continued to create impressions after returning to winning ways. A slim 1-0 victory over First Bank FC. Abia Comets earned the point away to Crown FC as they, continue to dominate the NNL, sitting pretty comfortably as they, steer proceedings and lead the rest of the squad in their conference. We saw that game 1-0 against Osun United at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium. I beg your pardon, as Godswill Akpabio defeated Osun. So Doma United defeated Sporting Supreme 2-1 away from home, while we saw Basira FC and Kadawaras end one piece. Let me just give you some of the other results in the NNL. Abakaliki FC and Solution played at Barrendor. We saw Yobe Disasters beat Kebbi United 3-1, and Dakada were winners over Igbajo United 3-1. Those are the scores from the Nigerian National League. And to cross the oceans to bring you up to speed what's happening in the foreign scene, we'll take a moment, and when we return, we'll take a look at the EPL, the La Liga, and the Serie A.
TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square. Souq Enlightenment.
Glad to know that you're still tuned in right here to Inside Sports. It's Souq News Television. Yours truly, TC Barra. It's the top cat. And, well, a lot happened in the English Premier League. We saw Arsenal surviving, Liverpool shining, and Newcastle on the win over the weekend. And, you know, it feels like Arsenal are closing up on the lead that Liverpool has, you know, over the English Premier League table, or on the English Premier League table, as it were. But then it was a hard-fought Premier League match at the Molineux, and Arsenal secured that 1-0 victory over the Wolves. It's Ricardo Calaferi's decisive goal in the second half that the Gunners will be thanking. And that win, as important as it is, has given Arsenal an edge as they, you know, remain in contention, closing up the gap with Liverpool in the English Premier League title race. And there's been challenges after Miles Lewis-Kelly was controversially sent off, despite some missed opportunities, including 3 significant chances for Kyle Havertz, and then, you know, all of the chances they were, you know, the Gunner fans will rue now. The Gunners did preserve and persevere. They also we also had this very pivotal moment for Wolves when João Gomez received the second yellow card. The players fueled, and you know that set the stage for Arsenal's late winner. But then in the end, it was a good game. Fans have continued to pour encomium on some players for their perseverance and the way they managed to hold their own end to that very slim 1-0 victory for the Gunners. So they closed up the gap between themselves and Liverpool, but then we saw Liverpool maintaining a formidable position at the top of the Premier League with a commanding 4-1 victory against Ipswich. Cody Gakpo shone brightly like one in a million stars, if I had to use the words of a friend of mine, David Talks, you know, following that early goal from Dominic Szoboszlai. That established Liverpool's dominance. We saw Mohamed Salah also contributed. It was a well-placed finish, and Gakpo's second goal showcased Liverpool's attacking prowess, particularly with Trent Alexander-Arnold's excellent delivery. Despite the fact that Ipswich managed a consolation goal with Jacob Gibbs, the man, you know, putting his name on the score sheet, the match largely felt one-sided as Liverpool dictated the pace and, of course, the style of play. So they continue to hold a 6-point gap ahead of Arsenal, a game in hand, well, solidifying their title ambitions. Everton, on the other hand, under new guidance of new manager David Moyes, have demonstrated a notable progress. A 1-0 narrow win over Brighton see them getting back into the thick of things, and of course maybe contention. I wonder what for. A contentious penalty was awarded to Liman Ndiaye just before halftime. It was successfully converted, and the pivotal moment it was for the Toffees. It brought Everton back-to-back victories and helped increase the gap from relegation zone. In another Premier League match, Newcastle did climb back into the top 4. A 3-1 victory we saw at the end of the final whistle over struggling Southampton after going a goal behind to a Jan Bendenarek header. The Magpies rallied with exceptional performance from Alexander Isak, who also netted 2 goals, and Sandro Tonali, who rounded up the scoring. So Newcastle's resilience, you know, has been very evident as they quickly regained momentum. That was also aided by a penalty kick awarded after a VR review. Isak's contributions not only secured the win, but also he did highlight his remarkable form. He now has 14 goals in his last 11 appearances, which of course is across all competitions. So take a look at, you know, the tables, I beg your pardon, the score sheet where AFC Bournemouth, if you see top of the screen there, beat Nottingham Forest by 5-0. Fulham had lost to, you know, Manchester United the previous day, and we also saw Brighton and Hove Albion, like I mentioned, losing to Everton. West Ham United and Aston Villa when a 1-0 ended 1-0 there. Tottenham losing at home to Leicester City 1-2. Sadly, not the kind of results that, you know, they would have wanted over the weekend. So those are some of the scorelines from the English Premier League. Did your faves do well? I'm sure some of the biggest teams there would have impressed, like Manchester United and Arsenal. Yeah, Solid 3 win for them, but then not the kind of results or the number of goals they would have expected. One game that, you know, it's important that we talk about before we leave the English Premier League is Chelsea losing to Manchester City. Is there a resurgence for the citizens with Pep Guardiola's side beating the Blues 3-1? Is there a gleam of hope that Manchester City are finally finding their feet? We'll get to discuss that in the comment section. So head over to the comment section and bring us your thoughts, contribute on what you think is the performance of Manchester City so far. Meanwhile, former Arsenal coach and manager Arsene Wenger has slated Mike Dean. Yes, he's criticizing the officiating standards in the English Premier League and is insisting that there's no way an English referee will be going to the World Cup. Of course, you know that Arsene Wenger has got some job he's doing with the Federation International Football Association, FIFA, and that's to improve the game, to improve the rules, improve the outcome of matches. But he's saying he wonders why, you know, the PGMOL, led by Howard Webb, which is the umbrella body for referees in the Premier League, are not doing anything about referees or refereeing, mentioning the likes of Michael Oliver. We'll pull up that particular interview and what Arsene Wenger has to say about referees in the Premier League.
We have seen the same things again, and I said down there that I did fight very hard years ago with David Dean, and we did a good job to allow them to become professional. And I see no improvement, you know, and at the end of the day, there are two countries in Europe where you have professional referees, in Italy and in England. And not one English referee will go to the World Cup. But everything is all right. You cannot say a word against it, and but because you were untouchable, and that was the case, but that is the truth as well. And there is a reason. It's not only me who judges them.
Arsene Wenger, very, very vocal. And of course, you know, he seems like a person who wants something, he goes out to get it. And he's never been shy of speaking to the media. So I don't expect anything less from the professor. Hello, professor. He's French, of course. From there, we'll go to the La Liga. Saturday's action featured very constructive fortunes for the two Madrid sides. Second place, Atletico Madrid stumbled, and Real Madrid's 3-0 win at Real Valladolid saw them edge out 4-point title lead as Los Rojiblancos were held by Villarreal. There was a draw in the capital, which was mirrored by a 1-1 tie between Sevilla and Espanyol, with Real Betis snatching a dramatic late win in Mallorca. Mallorca 1-0 loss to Real Betis, as Real Betis ended a 3-game losing streak across all competitions at the last possible moment in Palma. The host just about shaded the door first half, but then there was no real openings at the end. As chances continued to be at the premium, Real Betis' case was helped with the 20 minutes to go as Omar Mascarell was shown a straight red card for the home side. There was to be a final twist as Cedric Bakambu launched himself across in the 94th minute. He had home his first league goal of the season. Atletico Madrid won, Villarreal won. Those are some of the scores. But then Atletico slipped at a leg-and-knees game last weekend, and they started at home to Villarreal this time around. They were on the back foot early as Renildo Ondava was penalized for a foul on Gerard Moreno, and then Spanish international went on to convert the resulting penalty. A controversial setback caused frustration for Diego Simeone before Samuel Limo swept home a leveler after the break, as Los Rojiblancos pushed for a winner that never came in return. Spoils, Sevilla won and Espanyol won. That's another game. Sevilla had to share the spoils with Espanyol as they extend their unbeaten start in 2025 to 3 games in league action. And that's despite the hosts looking at European qualifications and Espanyol actually deep in the relegation battle. Marash Kumbula scored a rare goal to put the away side in front before Loic Bade confirmed his intention to stay at Sevilla this month with a second half leveler for the host. The rest of the scores are on the screen. You can take a look at it as we move on to the Serie A. Real quick, the Serie A had Inter thumping leads to stay in touch and afloat, top. They kept the pressure on leaders Napoli, talking about the Serie A, on Sunday with a convincing 4-0 win at lowly Leeds, which moved the defending champions 3 points from the summit. There were goals from David, Fratesi, Lautaro, Martinez, Denzel, Dumfries, and Mehdi Taremi that gave Inter their 7th win in 8 league matches. A dominant performance in southern Italy. Simone Inzaghi's team are also 4 points ahead of 3rd place Atlanta, and a game in hand on both their title rivals. The match at Fiorentina, which was stopped in December due to Eduardo Bove's on-pitch collapse, would see that game probably change the tide and fortune or the standings on the Serie A table. AC Milan turned their jeers to cheers. 2 goals in stoppage time did lead to a stunning 3-2 win of what has been described by pundits as a chaotic lunchtime clash with Parma. They were trailing to what looked like being Enrico De Pato's winner for Parma. Heading into added time, Milan trumped thanks to strikes from Tijani Rejdens, and of course Nigeria international Samuel Chukwueze sent a previously frustrated fans into a delirious moment of joy. Chukwueze did bundle in that goal. He gave Sergio Conceição's 6th place team a huge boost ahead of a massive week. They do have a very busy week with a Wednesday match at Dynamo Zagreb and a chance to secure a top 8 spot in the Champions League before the Milan derby. So congratulations to AC Milan. Much more would say congratulations to Samuel Chukwueze for that very great performance, for AC Milan. Let's take a look at some of the Premier League clubs and teams in Europe that have spent, of course, we're going into the last week of transfer, and as transfer deadline approaches, Premier League clubs have spent £247 million this month, up from last year's £90 million total. Just a little over a week left, or just about a week left. I think it's on the 3rd of January or February. We might be, talking about a different song altogether. But then, according to data from Football Transfer, Manchester City are responsible for more spending this month, about £125, as compared to the other 19 Premier League clubs combined. Another 7 days left. The spending will likely rise, but it's unlikely to get near the 2023 record of £815 million. The Ligue 1 is the next highest spending league this month, £106 million, although over half of that was PSG's £59 million signing of Napoli star Kivica Kvaratskhelia. English Championship clubs have spent £44 million. They've also dwarfed a total of £2 million spent by Spanish La Liga clubs. City have signed Eintracht Frankfurt forward Omar Marmoush, £59 million. Palmeiras defender Victor Reis has moved for £29.6 million. And Lens centre-back Abkadir Kusanov came through to the Citizens for £33.6 million. They had not previously made a significant January signing before, that of Laporte Aymeric, which is about £57 million in 2018. Manchester City, one of the 3 teams to sign 3 players so far this month, have also spent the most in this window by far. Ipswich, who are battling to avoid relegation, and Southampton, who are already doomed, as it seems, on just 6 points, have also recruited 3 first-team players. There have been 9 Premier League signings for £10 million plus, and that's with City's 3 biggest so far. Ipswich Town spent about £20 million to sign the winger Jadon Filogne from Aston Villa, who in turn spent £19 million to bring Netherlands forward Daniele Malen from Borussia Dortmund. The next biggest deal saw Wolves, who lost to Arsenal, like I mentioned before, pay £16.6 million to sign Reims defender Emmanuel Agbadu. Tottenham have signed Slavia Prague goalkeeper Anthony Kingsley for £12.5 million, and he went straight into the team because of the problems, for Guillermo Visario and Fraser Forster. Crystal Palace, on the other hand, signed teenager Millwall, who is a winger, Romain Esse, for a reported £12 million. Brighton signing of Paraguay midfielder Diego Gomez from Inter Milan was for an undisclosed fee, but then the reports we have value that deal at about £11 million. Via Bournemouth and Sports have also made 2 signings with one each for Brentford, Brighton, Palace, Leicester, Nottingham Forest, and Wolves. So we'll be talking about the biggest January transfer in our subsequent show. You can also get to follow us on halftime as we talk about this a lot more. From transfers, real quick, let's take a look at rumors making the rounds on who goes where and who's spending what. Leeds president Stichi Damiani says the club is trying to resist Manchester United's pressure to sign a 20-year-old who is Danish left back Patrick Dogu, who the Italian club has valued at €40 million. Brazilian forward Neymar is preparing. We hear he's ready to give up a large part of his salary to leave Al Hilal and return to former club Santos, which is in his homeland. Chelsea's Portugal centre-back Renato Viega was on his way to Turin on Sunday, and that's to complete a loan move to Juventus, who actually do not have an option to buy once the deal runs out at the end of the season. Argentine midfielder Emiliano Buendia has agreed to a 1-year contract extension to his current deal with Aston Villa, which was due to run out in 2026, and that's coming amidst interest from Germany, Italy, and even Saudi Arabia. The forward from Germany, the Darmstadt forward Timo Werner, on loan at Tottenham from RB Leipzig, is currently in talks, according to the gist making the round, and that's about a move to a Major League Soccer side, New York Red Bulls. Liverpool captain Virgil van Dijk says he does not know what the future will bring with the Dutch centre-back's contract with the Reds currently running out in the summer. Rest assured that we'll keep our ears to the ground, to the wall. I hear walls have ears and speak these days. So we'll monitor these developments and definitely bring you up to speed. All you have to do is to ensure that you subscribe to our handle, YouTube, our social media platform. Turn on the notification icon, hit the bell, and whenever we come up, you will be the first to know. And so you're not missing out on all the gist making the rounds in the world of sports, especially football. From football to tennis, Yannick Sinner underlined why he is the world's best men's player. He secured a back-to-back Australian Open titles with a merciless victory over Alexander Zverev. The Italian top seed delivered a decisive moment. He won 6-3, 7-6, 7-4, 6-3 against the second seed. And despite an ongoing doping case hanging over him, Sinner has been able to block out the noise, and he has claimed a 3rd Grand Slam title. After selling that victory with a composed cross-court winner on his first championship point, the 23-year-old calmly raised his hands into the air and walked over to celebrate with his team. Zverev could not create a single break point in the match and grew increasingly frustrated as his game failed to trouble Sinner, who shouldn't be troubled. The sinner who shouldn't be troubled. Anyway, the 27-year-old German becomes the 7th man in the Open era to lose his first 3 Grand Slam finals, having also fallen at the final hurdle at the 2020 US Open and the 2024 French Open. So shall I reiterate, trouble not a sinner. Anyway, from the male to the female, Madison Keys did get her hands finally on a Grand Slam trophy after holding off defending champion Aryna Sabalenka to win the Australian Open women's title. Keys playing her 2nd major final and the first more than 7 years. She did overcome the world number 1 6-3, 2-6, 7-5, and only 3 other women have been older than the 29-year-old Keys when winning their first Grand Slam title. Madison, seeded 19th in Melbourne, did clasped her head in amazement before sharing an emotional hug with her husband and our coach, John Frantangelo. Now, she opened the semifinals in 2018. Kids, you know, if you remember that, she dropped outside of the world's top 50. She struggled with injuries, no doubt, but returned to the top 10. That was in early 22 after making the Australian Open semi-finals, and also had a run to the last 4 at the 2023. So she's been consistent over the years, trying to build on the previous, outings, and glad to see her, particularly lift this one. Congratulations to her with over 2.1 million naira in prize money, $1 million, I beg your pardon, $2.1 million in prize money for Madison Keys. I mean, I have to reiterate the congratulations once again. In the Singapore Open, which is in the first round, we saw Britain's Emma Raducanu suffer a disappointing defeat to world number 101, Cristina Buxa of Spain, in the opening round of that tournament. The 22-year-old was playing for the first time since her 6-1, 6-love third round loss to Iga Swiatek as the Australian Open, and the news coach Nick Cavade was stepping back from the role to prioritize getting back to full health. But then we saw a grueling encounter. It lasted over 3 hours, and it featured 17 breaks of service. Buxa came through 5-7, 7-5, 7-5 against the 7th seed in the pair's first meeting. Well, taking a look at the time now, we're practically out of it and might not be able to continue with the show. But then I'd like to thank you so much for hanging around, sticking around, staying put on Inside Sports with the Top Cat. Yours truly, bringing you up to speed with what's happening in the world of sports. Tomorrow is another day, but then the conversation can continue on our various social media platform, which of course you could follow Souq News TV across the various platforms. Once again, many thanks to you for watching, but I should also appreciate those who have ensured that you could receive us crisp, loud and clear. And of course, I'd like to use Noble Kelvin as a pointer to the rest of the crew who have done their own bit. Until I come your way, stay cool. True to the game, and for the love of it, nothing more than what we do here. Have yourself a wonderful evening, and bye for now.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.